Hey y'all. Hola, hola. Good evening and good afternoon, depending on where you at. Hi. Hello. I still got the low lights in here from yesterday. It's okay because my eyes be tripping. Hey pumpkin. Hey y'all. Hey sis. Hey everybody. How y'all doing? Y'all okay? Hey. Hey everybody. Hold on, let me put my eyes on y'all. It's a young lady that I follow on TikTok now, and she has lupus, and it was crazy because she got on there. I had never seen her page, and she was talking about some stuff. Boy, that caught my attention. I was like, oh, wait a minute, I know about some of that stuff. So, cause I don't be going and looking and seeing what the doctor say about nothing. I don't be worried about it. I'll be like, well, if it's gonna happen, it's gonna happen. Y'all not about to play lab rat with me. But I think I understand why my eyes have been changing so drastically. So, what y'all doing over here? I need to put some lotion on, but I left it in there, so I just wait. It's real dark in here, ain't it? We gonna try it with a little bit more light. If it uh-oh, that's the wrong way. We gonna see. Hey everybody. Woo. My old self just got out the tub. I said, I've been trying to get on here all day for real. Planning to get on here, but I talked to the kids. I talked to my real mom for like 2 hours this morning, which normally doesn't happen. And plus, I figured y'all had a whole bunch of stuff to do from this midnight class we had last night. So it was pretty interesting. I went back and actually watched some of it today, and I was like, yeah, it be seeming like you be all over the place, girl. It be seeming like I be all over the place sometimes. It's okay. Excuse me. And I didn't get water. That's what I went to go get. Hold on. So, did any of y'all go and read the Bible a little bit differently after the class that we had last night? Let me go get some water, y'all, because I'm not going to drink no coffee because I ain't had no nap today. And I will be going to sleep probably after this class. Sorry about that. My nose and my throat been dry as heck. And I know that's because I got my room all toasty and roasty in there. You know, I had to turn my heat down because I'm thinking it's going to be cold. It was down there like 60 something, 70 degrees today. It was real warm, not 70. It was probably like 60 something, 65 or something. I'm like, it is freaking 2 days before that holiday. It's wintertime. Whether it's a holiday or not, it is not supposed to be almost 60, 70 degrees in the Midwest. That's not even supposed to be a thing. I saw a bee today. It almost flew into my head when I was outside. Tell me that's not crazy. A bee in December on the 23rd. A bee. Like a honeybee. That's not supposed to happen. Maybe in the South and wherever. Right. It was 74 where y'all was at in Indy. Where you at, India? I be thinking that's Daisha that's in Indy. It was 48 in Chicago. Yeah, it was real warm today. Y'all know it's not supposed to be like this. Y'all know for a fact that it is not Oklahoma. Oh yeah. Oh, that's real warm. For Oklahoma, it was 74. Oh yeah, no. The trees and animals are confused too, of course. Hey, pumpkin. Hey. Yeah, ain't no reason no bee is out on December 23rd, honey. You said it was 45 degrees here. That don't make no sense. You said it was hot in Alabama in the high 70s. Interesting. That's so crazy to me. But do this not seem like what the word said about at the end times you wasn't going to be able to tell the weather and what season? It was 50 in Seattle. Wow. Wow. That's crazy. Y'all, this don't seem weird to y'all. Do y'all think that it's crazy that everybody is now starting to reference the day after tomorrow? Anybody feel like that's a little... Y'all remember I used to say that? I was like, it's about to be real day after tomorrow-ish. And now a lot of people are saying, yeah, this weather is like the day after tomorrow. Hey, Pumpkin. Hey, how was your birthday turn up? You didn't wake up feeling sick or nothing today, did you? You got you some good food this morning? So I just, off subject, anybody in here was born before 85 or 87? Raise your hand. Raise your hand if you were born before 85 or 87. My fiance and I just had an encounter with one of Dad's angels. What a beautiful moment. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Okay. Y'all. So we on TikTok. Y'all know they advertising old 80s toys. Let me tell y'all. I'm so happy about this too. Because my baby went to go get her baby some gifts for the holiday. And she saw a Rainbow Bright. And she said, Mom, do you want one? I said, no, that's okay. She said, don't worry, I'm going to get it. I said, well, get her one too. So when I come down there, we can play. But she can't comb my baby hair or mess with my baby hair. And I'm going to leave my baby there for when I come there. And we can play babies together. But don't let her open my doll. So, strawberry shortcake and Rainbow Bright all came in the same year. And you know, I have my Rainbow Bright book. So I'll be taking that to read to her. But anyway. That was off subject. So, y'all remember this? Y'all remember this? The kids, girl, Rainbow Bright and Strawberry Sugar. I had one of these, right? Do y'all remember what this was called? A speak and spell? They've been playing in our face. The speak and spell. Speak a spell. Even though it taught us how to spell letters, I said, what was this thing always called that? It was called a speak and spell. My mama probably still got mine. Hello. But why would they call this a speak and spell? You said it was in a movie too? Why would they call it? Why would they call it that? A speak and spell? Speak a spell? Really? I think we need to go back and look over every toy that we've ever had. Because like he said, that was our first real talking toy. Girl, speak a spell. I said, I remember having this. I know I had this. But was it called that? It was. A speak and spell. Come on now. They got my buddy out too. My buddy and kid sister is back. I said, that's interesting. You had the math one too. Right. But you don't think that's crazy? Seriously. I bet you 97%. You said, dang, they had us in view from beginning, even with all the witch movies and shows. Right. 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 I mean, think about it. What is Thundercats? What is He-Man and She-Ra? They're the very Nephilim that we read about. Are they not? He-Man, She-Ra, Thundercats, all of that is about the fallen angels' kids. The Panthers being able to talk. Think about it. And it was all supposed to be like back in the day with the swords, and it's the stories. The oracle, the ghosts floating around, all of that. If you think about all of our shows, they've been telling us even as children. I mean, think about when you go back and you watch stuff now on not Disney, but Mickey Mouse, Donald Duck, and you go back, you don't even realize how many especially Mickey Mouse. It's so much mess in his stuff. It's like, how did our parents not see this? How did our parents not see this? And this is why I say, when you are, I used to watch TV with my kids. You said Zoobly Zoo, all of it. All of it. I would say probably 90% of the stuff that we watched as children had magic in it. Real spells, real incantations, real demon names, everything. If you think about it, pretty much everything I can. You said Jack and the Beanstalk, Pinocchio, all of it. All of it had magic. Name one show that we watched that didn't have magic in it? You said, yep, adult themes and spiritual plots. Come on. Do you believe this is one of the reasons why God says, too, they have eyes but they don't see? Like, we used to think that people that didn't let kids watch certain stuff was crazy until now. Because they could see. Think about it. Gargoyles. Okay. And what Cat G be saying? The gargoyles be down in Chicago? Oh, okay. Like the cartoon? They told us in the first, what you call it? Ghostbusters, that them things wake up and they hellhounds. Eureka's cat. Wait a minute now. Fraggle Rock. Now, hold on now. Now, you just wait a minute. You don't throw Fraggle Rock in there with everything else. You just leave it. They showed us about the giants and the little people, but you leave them out of this. The Fraggles ain't got nothing to do with nothing. We not gonna throw them in there in that basket. Now you can throw everybody else in there. You get them out. Gone and honey, I done already had my grandkids watching the Fraggles. Watched it while I was down there. Now hold on now. You can talk about Mickey Mouse all you want to. Be careful about the Fraggles, honey. Yeah. That and Pinwheel too. And whatever today's special, don't, even though that was magic too. You said, that was my mama's favorite show. Hilarious. Right. Listen. You stay away from, don't go messing with today's special either. But that was magic as well. Was it not? Because that lady, all of the statues came alive after the mall closed. I mean, think about that though. So you know what that did? That desensitized us. If you really think about it. So when kids used to be telling their parents, my toys moved, they would think it was an overactive imagination, right? Or no? Think about it. If you just watched a movie and then your kid come in and in there the toys is moving, and then you say, "Mommy, my toy moved," they're not gonna believe you because you just watched it. But it could easily be a thing. You said Smurfs was all spells. Was. Don't forget Care Bears. All of that was magic. Magic. All of it was magic. Which is so crazy, man. And the crazy thing is, nothing has changed. Most of the toys now is named after evil spirits. Most of the toys now, and the land that the Land Before Time was good though. Yeah, I don't think there was no magic in there though. There was no magic in Land Before Time. Was it? It wasn't no magic in there. Sarah. Listen, I still cry on Land Before Time. Still will. Right now today. Matter of fact, I should send it to my daughter and let her watch it. She might like that. My grandson too. I still cry when his mama, listen, when Sarah and them was out there by themselves. Do y'all remember the Pizza Hut puppets for that? I had all of them. Yep. Ducky. Yep, I had all the little hand puppets from the Book It thing and everything, and did. Life was good back then, y'all. We had a good life, I think. But then our parents say their life was better than ours with getting to play and all that stuff. So I don't know. I know these kids don't get to play like we did, and that's crazy. Anyway, so with that, we were well. I don't believe that kids are innocent. I don't. I know most people probably don't feel like they're like Circa. I don't think no kids are innocent. I think they're liars as soon as they come out. But that's just me. That's just me. I think once they hit about 3 weeks, they can lie. Because it don't be nothing wrong with them. And they'll just scream and holler. And then when you pick them up, they fine. They could be dry and fed. I think they start lying before they can even keep their eyes open good. So, I don't know. I'm a little different when it comes to that. I don't think they ever are innocent. I think that they're exactly what the Bible says. We were all born in sin and shaped in iniquity, which means to be a liar, to be a manipulator. All of that stuff is in them when they come out. Because they show be manipulating y'all. As soon as you walk out the room, they cry. As soon as they can see you again, they don't. What is that? That's manipulation. There's nothing wrong with you. I don't believe. You said they were warm and cozy, always fed in the womb. Out here it's cold and loud. Not necessarily. Not necessarily. They I don't know. We ain't gonna talk about it. Ah! It's all right. Y'all with the little ones, hey, do what you want. But I've been saying it. You said YouTube stopped. Y'all can't see me over here? I don't think it did. Really? Why would it stop? Oh my goodness. They be on some weird stuff over here. Oh, maybe yours, Pumpkin. Oh no, it's still going. It might have been yours. Okay. I was gonna say, because I don't normally I won't see nothing. Okay. Okay. Well, anyway, what y'all think about our class last night? Now, I was talking about Samuel, and I mixed up Samuel and Saul a couple of times when we was talking about that. So don't think I'm crazy. I went back and I watched it. I was like, they probably thought you was crazy, but y'all know when I be having my thoughts, um, they be coming out so fast that sometimes I might slip up in there. Hey, nephew, did it make you rethink everything that we've learned? So every time I feel like we get to a level that we know, it's like the bottom drops out and it's like, wait a minute. And that's how when people say they've read the Bible 100 times or however many times, I'd be like, I don't know how you did that. I was thinking about it this morning. Listen, thank you. Yeah. So, and we right back. Listen, because I'm thinking about it like I talked to my mom today. And remember I told you, like, my family, they really don't, they still kind of in a 66er mindset of they don't need all that. Most of my family members are. I got a few family members that study like we study, but for the most part, hey sister, hey, for the most part, most of my family are still 66ers. They only believe in the 66. You're not gonna get them to read nothing outside of there. They don't care. They'll listen to the stories sometimes, but they're not gonna really study it for themselves because they say, well, I ain't even got the basics yet, or I don't need to know all that, or they'll ask me the questions, what does it have to do with salvation? And I was able to talk to my mom today, which is really crazy, and talk to her and say, hey, it's important when Eve died. It's important to know Adam and Eve had other daughters and sons, and what are their names, because we could be missing whole parts of the story. So we're talking crazy about a line of people and don't even understand that was one of Seth or not Abel, Seth or Cain's children, right? And you wonder where all of these people come from. So, no ma'am. Pumpkin, why do, okay, no. I don't know if you know this or not, but now when I show stuff, they flag my account. So I don't do that a lot anymore. Oh, okay, well, my Ethiopian Bibles are in different languages. They're not even in English, either one of them. My Bible verse this morning was Luke 2:11. To you is born this day in the city of David a Savior, who is the Messiah, the Lord. Interesting. Yeah. Both of my Bibles, they not even. Hey, Pumpkin. Y'all doing okay out there? Is it raining already or y'all good? Isabel. Oh, okay. You said no, not yet. We're good. Oh, okay. You said light rain over here. Okay. Okay. Well, look around at used bookstores. They probably got one there. That's where I would look. Look at used bookstores online. Okay. What was I talking about before that? I was going to say something. Oh, um, last night. So when I was reading, and we were, I'm sorry. We was talking last night about seeing Jesus in places before he was born, right? That's what we was talking about. And I was telling my mom, I'm like, the other parts of the Bible that are missing are very important. Whether people believe they are or not, I said, because they show us a lot of what isn't there. And I said, I really believe in my heart, and I've said this to y'all, that I think that God, he's going to be more so worried about why you didn't go seeking. Right? Because if he told us to seek him and seek the mysteries and seek this and that, and you was only okay with just, because I really don't want to pull this out, but I'm going to do it. If you only okay with this, hey Pumpkin, if you only okay with just this, even though there's clues in the Holy Bible to tell you to go look somewhere else and to go and seek somewhere else, because even studying the places that the people lived and went to, it takes you and you find out that, you know, in the beginning of the world, okay, this person established this city and this city and this city, and then God let them be taken over. But a lot of the cities that are mentioned in the Old Testament have so much relevance to what was going on as to why Jesus had to come in the New Testament. The same cities that Og and them ran through is the same place where he had to, if I'm not mistaken, we did a study, excuse me, same place where they was doing magic is where the Gadarene was, the dude with all the demons. You hear me? So in the first half, that city got condemned for being full of witches and magic and all kind of wickedness. When we go back, and the giants, which we know what they was on, the Nephilim. Then when we go back later and Jesus showed up in that place, that's the man that was the Legion. That's where he was at. You see what I'm saying? Cutting himself and living in the tombs and among the dead and all of this stuff. So it makes you think about why people don't want to, you know, study this and really get to know as much as you can about the start of the city or the country or whatever, and what God they worshiped, and, you know, all of these different things, and then you'll understand why people in this day believe so heavily in what they do, because it is what their forefathers have taught them. Think about it. Could nobody tell us before that there was lost books, even though what we might have heard about them or whatever, because our pastor or whoever said don't read them? That didn't even come really from our parents. That came from our spiritual parents. And they just said don't read them because they wasn't already in the book. that was handed to them, even though the keys, right? The keys to find the rest of the information is in here. No? How much of the stuff that you've studied, you can go back and you can reference it right here? And it makes that whole story different. But the only reason we didn't want to accept it is because of what our spiritual forefathers and foremothers told us. We don't read that. We don't go outside the Bible. You don't add to and you don't take away. But were they even telling us the truth at that moment? Because the first Bible had 80 books. So then how do you justify that? And this is something we talked about. So I was talking with my mom about that. Just letting her see, like, you can't keep saying that you can't even get this, because if you can't get this, it's the reason why this isn't clicking, and it's because all of the information is not there. Do y'all agree? Huh? Anybody else agree that you understand this so much more than you did before because you have the extra books? Now it makes perfect sense and you want to read. Before it was like, I don't know, some of this doesn't make sense, or it doesn't. You see what I'm saying? But now that you got the rest of the story, like, oh, so that makes sense as to why they did that and did this and all of that. So it's like, how is that not relevant to? It doesn't make any sense when people say that. You said they took away and told us what to believe. Exactly. Because how is it that a lot of y'all, after reading the lost books, you feel like it's harder to get into heaven now than you did at first? Hey, Maury. Right? We all thought it was hard to get into heaven, but not as hard as we know it is now. Right? Ooh. You said most who feel that way don't want to go through what we did after reading it all. Listen, I don't know. I just know I don't. With the information being available, right? And us having as much access to information as we do at this moment, with everything that's going on, I believe in my heart that's why he gonna be like, you don't have no excuse. Because anybody born or of an adult age after the early 90s, there's no information that you can't find. And now you don't even have to read it. There are systems that will read it to you. So what excuse do you have to not know? You use the internet to find your restaurants, your clothes, your shoes, to find the drama, to find the Grinch. You use the internet to you find everything else, but you didn't want to know more about Christ. You didn't want to know more about his mama. You didn't want to know more about, you said, and no excuse of why you ain't study or attempt to get better understand. They say that's enough. This is enough. I don't need nothing else. How can this be enough when God says literally, and I just read it, John 21 and 25, right? Says there are many other things that Jesus did. If every one of them were written down, I think the whole world would not be big enough for all the books that would be written. What does that mean to you? What does that mean? You don't think that's a breadcrumb? Hey, Do you? That there's even more things. It's more and more and more. But wait, there's more. Come on. As my grandbaby say, aha! How does that not make you think, well, what else did he do? That was just the stuff that he did. That ain't even the stuff that the disciples did. I asked my mom today, I said, hey, you know, you don't think that it's important to know uh all all that happened, or try to find out what happened to Jesus in the 18 years that he was gone? You don't care to know? And I'm not bashing her or anything, I'm just trying to, you know, spark some thoughts. Like, think about this. I said, Mama, if you look at Genesis, Eve is still alive. If we only go by what that Bible say, Eve's still alive. We know that she's not, because we've read other books. I said, but Mama, why don't tell us nothing about how she, when she birthed the kids, what she felt and how it felt to have her first relationship with a daughter? Could that be why a lot of mothers and daughters struggle? Because that information is not in there. But she was the mother of all men and women. Well, not all men and women. Well, technically, yes, but then, the angels came and fathered some, so that's a different thing. But you know what I mean? You said you always wonder what he did before 33. Well, it tells you some of the stuff he did when he was 12, and then 30 to 33 is when he was doing his ministry, right? Or roughly 29 to 30. I mean, he was doing it before that, but You said, and cheat and gamble and talk about people that he loves, but let me go back to doing my homework. That part. You hear me? You said, and no excuse. This part. Come on. That part. You said, and cheat and gamble and talk about people that he loves, but let me go back to doing my homework. That part. Come on. You said, yes, he's saying there's more mystery. That part. In real life. They have time to do all kinds of stuff every day. All folks do. And I mean, but you think about it. When you look and see what it is that people spend their time doing, period. Like I told y'all, it's a lot of people that claim that they Christian, but you can't get them to read nothing. They don't even want to study with you. And I know y'all done seen it. You hear me? I know y'all done seen it. You said that the time that gap is where my mother and daughter wound. You said, which in turn keeps the money in the churches. Oh, you said the time gap is where the mother. I don't know what that. Right. You said so-called Christians. Well, this is my thing, right? You have to think about this. There's a lot of information that should be in there, right? There's a lot of things that are written in other books. Do you hear me? There's a lot of things that are written in other books, and they gonna help us. They gonna help our children. They're gonna help the people around us. But like I said to my mom today, you said if I didn't see some people in church, I wouldn't know that they were Christian. We gonna say it again for the people in the back, cause they sure don't act like them, and don't. That's why I said I don't have to tell nobody I'm a Christian. They should just know by the way I conduct myself out in public and around people and treat people. Hello. And do. You said Princess Diana, and my listen. What you talking about, Mark? Oh, you talking to your auntie? I'm like, what? All right, Margaret. You said it, yeah. I don't gotta go out saying I'm saved and sanctified and speaking into. I don't have to do that in front of people for them to know. That wasn't the first commandment he gave as far as what we supposed to love folks. So why don't people see no love in you? Why everywhere you go is strife and drama and chaos? I told y'all, I started seeing it at my jobs. The Christian lady always the nastiest lady at the church. Like, I mean, at the work. Like, how? And then gonna have the nerve to say, God bless you. Or what? If you don't get out of here, baby, you can feel the strife coming off of your body. You can feel the two-facedness coming off of your. You ain't even made it over here to my section, and I can feel because you mad because whatever is going on in your life, and so you the person that's gonna come when the new people come and try to sink your teeth into them and do all this old mess. No, I don't deal with that. And it's crazy because me and my brother had a conversation and we talked about how he was like, when you kind of, because he's still in church, when you sit back, and he said how we sit in breath because they go be having the hottest dragon breath. Hilarious. Maybe that's because of all that sulfur on the inside of their stomach. I don't know. That's why they always need a peppermint. You hear me? I always need one. But for real, this is the thing. When you think about how they are, and well, say the Bible say whatever's in you gonna come out. So there's that. That's what it is. I mean, think about it. Because you can't hold that much negativity on the inside of you and your organs be okay. Energy affects your organs. We talked about this all the time. Do we not? That's why when you start thinking crazy, you start getting headaches. And that's not always it. Sometimes you can be tired, glasses, whatever. But if you think about what a person does a lot, you will see that part of their body be like, this is not knocking nobody. But remember, I told y'all, it's a lot of people that I know that was kind of evil. A lot of those people have problems with sugar, like sugar diabetes, right? But they be mean as all get out in real life. And I'm not saying everybody, but a lot of the older church ladies that I knew that, and this ain't everybody, but a lot of them had sugar problems. Like they literally had insulin problems. What about heart? Oh, same thing. You hateful, vindictive, envious, all of that stuff affect your heart. Because that keeps you in a sense of like tension. Like if you bring a lot of strife, a lot of them people have heart palpitations, all kinds of stuff. Yeah. Because you got to think about it. That stuff starts in your spirit first. That stuff starts in your spirit, like in real life. In real life. Yep. Hateful folks and stuff like that. Listen, you said I knew a few. You said I knew a few with that growing up. Stay causing strife. I'm trying to tell you. You want to stir up drama and chaos and that whole backbiting and all of that mess? Yeah. It's a real thing. It's real. But that's why I said, how is it so many sick people in the church? And I'm talking about, because everybody can have something, high blood pressure, this, that, and the other, because it's just life and the food we eat and da-da-da-da-da. But how is it so many that have to stay at the doctor all the time? I don't get that. Especially not with all the laying of hands and all of this stuff that's going on. That I don't understand. I don't get it at all. And even if you are living with a sickness, like it's taking you down through, like everybody in here sick. Well, where's the spirit of healing? If it's so many anointed people in here, why are we not seeing people get healed? And that's the one thing I don't understand. And I'm not knocking nobody. I'm not saying that, because you go to church to get healed mentally, physically, emotionally, whatever. But when does the healing happen? If I can come back to this church 10, 15 years later, ain't been here, and you're still giving people the evil eye, you're still sinking your teeth into the new people, trying to lightweight start your own church under your pastor, like it'd be weird to me. I don't understand. I didn't seen it before. They used to call it stealing members. Well, you can't steal nobody, but That's still weird too. Why you just, I don't know. It'd be crazy. People's motives be weird. You said it's because we used to stay in church for hours and now church lasts 2 hours max. Listen, I don't know. Well, y'all be in here for hours. We've been in here for 40 minutes already. Y'all be in here for 6 hours sometimes, 4.5. Why you used to complain about going to church, but you sit in here for 4 hours and study and be looking and searching and messing with stuff. You said Western Christian church is so distracted. It's like a show, a lot of it. Not all of them, but most of them are a production. You said, but we be getting this work in though. Yeah, and do. So did y'all go looking in the Bible to see? What did y'all find when y'all went looking last night? If you did have time, what did you find? You said, but you speak real stuff. You said we learning here. Hilarious. Well, you was supposed to be learning at church. You probably was looking, winking, and looking at the reference and stuff, paying attention to who dress was too tight and stuff. You said these lives be the same time as a Tarian service. And do 17 hours and 16 minutes. Listen, and do. But you know what I'm grateful for, though? We do learn a lot here. So, what I didn't get to last night, listen, y'all be over here. Right, longest class, about 13 hours. You would have fell out if they would have told you you had to stay at church for 13 hours reading the Bible. Baby, you was not going. You say, I'm not feeling well. I'm going to go on and I'm going to pray at home with y'all and be sleeping in your bed. You said you helped me learn how to seek God earnestly. That makes me happy. You said I expect more from church because it hit. I told y'all. You said still catching up on Sunday lives. Listen, this my thing. I didn't want y'all to get kicked out now. You said, but we can get snacks while learning and moving around. Hilarious. You said, and we can do what we need to do. You said, my dad was the pastor. I had no choice. I already know. My grandma, my daddy. And listen, and my mama wasn't a minister at that time, baby. She was going to send us even when she didn't go. So, and we was going to have to be there for prayer. When the old people was there just sitting on the pews. Ain't nobody even here because we got to ride the church bus because she at work. Girl, I already know. Listen. Be getting up for church at 6 o'clock in the morning. Got to get up. It ain't even light outside and we got to get on the church bus. I already know how to go. Listen. We had to go even when she wanted. If she was working or whatever, we was going to be there for the... Yeah. Anyway. Listen. And be too tired to pay attention by the time 11:30 comes. So, with that, we were talking about the keys last night. How many of you went and looked up the squares in your city to see that they are, to see if your city had the key in the middle that looked like the Vatican if you didn't do it last night? Did any of y'all get a chance after that to go and look at that? It makes you wonder because if you think of the scrying pools and stuff that they use in a lot of the magic shows that we've watched, it's normally like a circle basin with water around it and something will come up out of that water. You said it's one in the center of one in Center City, Philly. Okay. Because that makes you wonder about, so if you think about a lot of even the cartoons that we used to watch as kids, and that would be a place for them to draw energy to that one space, right? That circle with the obelisk in the middle or whatever they would put, if sometimes it was a sword or whatever, but electricity was channeled from another dimension or space into that circle. Even in Blade, the blood god, when he was doing that, he had to be in a certain place and it was lightning that came down and hit him. Once the blood hit his head and his eyes turned red, And he had power that was out of this world. He was able to do things that he wasn't able to do as just even a regular vampire. But he had to channel old energy of the first vampires. Well, we know who they were. The first vampires did have super strength. They could fly because they were the children of the fallen angels. So he summoned one of the spirits that has been trapped here, or just like how we watch in all of the vampire movies, these people, they've even called them the Grigori, I think, in some of the vampire movies, didn't they? Some of the vampire movies, there is a version of the vampires called the Grigori or some name close to that. And that's because they was the children of the fallen. You know, the Grigori was the fallen angels as well, and the children of the fallen angels. It make you think about Marcus and what's the name in that show. Remember, he could only, either one of them could only be out at one time, and they would put that blood in his mouth, and then he would wake up, and it would take him some days. They would start pumping the blood back into him so that he could come alive, and then the other one would go down in the chamber. I mean, think about it. When they was living 900 years and all of this stuff, where do we think was happening with them? And we know that they was practicing necromancy. That's a form of that. Cryo, what they call it now. You said there's no key in your city. Interesting. Y'all don't have a town square where everybody go for the... Y'all, where do most of the city festivals be? Most of the city festivals be in that place. It's always a kid or something that come up missing, or a person that comes up missing or ends up dead. OMG. Where are you at, Ebony? Where do you live? Do you live in a super small town hall? Think about that. Downtown Central, where all the streets meet. Okay, so that's where yours is, Martin. And I don't know if you know, most times you can go under that monument. You said Gulf Coast of Alabama. Okay, it might be in a different city from like one or go look in your major city, y'all biggest city then. That's where I would look. Most town halls have an eerie feeling inside. They do. It just make you think about a lot of different things. Just reading this stuff. You said mine is called Central Market Square, where I'm at. I'm right in the middle of downtown. Interesting. I wonder when they give these celebrities the keys to the city if it has a deeper meaning. Yeah. Because think about it. Most of the Masonic halls and lodges are right around. I don't know about where y'all live, but if you look, the biggest Presbyterian churches with all the gargoyles, all of that stuff is on those streets right around there. Most of the cities that I live in, wherever that circle is, on the outside of it, it's the biggest financial institutions that are right there. Okay? It's like all of the major insurance, all of the stuff that makes a difference in the city, the banks, everything is, why would they be right there? And they all have those tall electrical things on the top of them. It's even a different feel when you go down into downtown. It's like once you cross over certain streets, you just feel different. Make you sit up in your car a little bit differently. You say, yep, Cathedral Major Bank is a block away from it. This is what I'm saying. That I don't think that's for no reason. The laws, yep, the lawyers and stuff be down there. Now think about this. Who normally has the super old demons in the movies? All the people that work down there. In the financial district, they be in, it's always a super rich man that's sitting in the top of, or woman, and they come in contact with an evil spirit, and this evil spirit either attaches to them or invades their life. Okay? Banks and currency. Listen, these cities were strategically set up. I believe that in my heart. I don't believe that it was, oh, we just put that down there, or oh, that's how it's gonna. Think about it. And downtowns always be pretty in the mornings, but they do not be pretty at night. And some of the worst things happen at night in downtown. I don't care what downtown it is. Downtown is like a vortex in every city that I've ever been in, and I've been in a whole bunch of them. You said, hey, everybody, how about my town city manager was lurking on my Facebook story just on today, and we are not friends. I'm wondering what the heck is that about? Not when we was looking into them. We was looking into the man, not the government, and told them you over there in their business. You said, and the way they shape the buildings from a bird's eye view. Exactly. You said, so true on Fremont Street. Isn't this crazy? You said, and usually have gargoyles somewhere down there on the multiple buildings. And a lot of times, listen, you just making hear my body stand up. And a lot of time, listen, have you ever went out? Okay, so have you ever went out downtown? And you got to keep looking behind you when you walking down the street, baby, because you feel like somebody, and it ain't from the scary movies. On bridges too, yeah. Ooh, let me go get my robe. Y'all making it here on my body? Well, here, maybe I can turn the heater on. Hold on, because I'm going to have to go get me some coffee. I said I wasn't going to get none, but I guess I'm going to have to go on and do it. I'm going to have to go on and do it, because, hold on. Think about that, y'all. Okay, so do me a favor while we looking, because all of this makes sense. Like, we're just kind of going around, okay? Because we know hellhounds are a real thing. They didn't just come up with gargoyles from nowhere. Hello. You said, yes, this is why I hated catching the bus early in the morning or late at night downtown, down there. Okay, so look, can you Google the buildings in your city and see which ones have gargoyles on them? You said, yep, I live in Manhattan. There are gargoyles everywhere. Here we go. Let's get some of the names of the buildings, can we? And everybody live in different places, so I'm interested to see. You said there are gargoyles on all the buildings they call City Hall, and across the street is our event center that has a mural of a three-headed witch. Interesting. What? They call it the crossroads. Girl, you know that's where the devil show up, right? Hold on. You know that's where the devil show up, at the crossroads. Didn't Bone Thugs and Harmony teach you anything? No, I'm playing. That's a real thing, though. A lot of the stars say they met the devil at the crossroad. Hello. Girl, turn this flash off. Wait a minute. They told us. Listen. Yeah, please do. That's crazy. So, you said that's Hecate? Hecate? Okay, I don't know who it is. I don't even know if I'm saying that right. Thug, Bones, and Heart. Listen, you said Tribune Tower, Harold Washington Library. Oh. Look at the addresses, y'all. Because I need coffee. Do I need water? I got coffee. No. I got water. I need coffee. I'll be right back. I'm sorry, y'all. So it's been a lot of weird stuff happening in my life right now. I did not mean to leave y'all like that. I'm sorry. My city. Oh, so y'all already in here doing it. Okay, Crossroad. Oh, you did that. You said look in their lyrics. Oh yeah, it's in there. You said located. Okay, y'all. I'm sorry. I didn't mean, I had to take care of something real quick. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Oh, I forgot my dang robe. Look here. It is always a million things I'm doing. Okay. Sorry, family. Y'all know I be having class and doing other things. You said Gargoyles is a small town in Oklahoma. They call them Guardians. Oh, okay. So how many? The church near me is called St. Luke's, and the reason I mentioned it, there's a bull with wings painted on the church too. Ooh, y'all keep on making the hair on my body stand up, honey. Ah! You said I'm going to cruise the town and look at the churches. Okay. You said in Taft Middle School. ADD. You said one of our biggest colleges is OU. And okay. You said located at the Skirvin Hotel downtown, one of the richest hotels and the oldest hotels in Oklahoma. The Tribune Tower, Harold Washington Library. Wow. Princeton University is known for their gargoyles? What? Oh my God. Wasn't the what's the name supposed to be about what was the show? You said I believe a lot of these people playing Christian, but they really not. Of course. Of course. What was the show that just came out and it was about the Ivy League and really they was warlocks and witches and they had to be in the coven thing down there? What was it? Hunchback of Notre Dame is a gargoyle. Yes. He said, haven't noticed gargoyles, but tons of symbols in around the casinos. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. 100%. How you think they keep them people in a trance, going back there, giving all that money to the machines, honey? Of course. It's all witchcraft. He said, in my city, says that they are to ward off evil spirits. Oh, I know. But why are they always over the buildings that have to do with money and church? Like, they are witch protect. Hellhounds protect witches. That's what they do. And every time we see the devil, he walking around in downtown in a movie. And some rich old person. So I'm just wondering what kind of witches is in them places. And think about it. It's all the rich people that had a big things outside their house and all of that. Maybe that's how they stay so rich. Hospitals too, they do. Yep. You said your neighbor has one on her back stairs. Ain't they got a lot of them in Louisiana too, don't they? Outside people's yards. Ain't they in Louisiana too? Like at the front of people's gates? Don't they got places in Louisiana where they got the gargoyles or some type of little... They do. They do. Listen, I ain't never been, but I didn't seen them. Yeah, Shaniqua lived there. She said they do. You said there's a lot of people, gates where you live too that have them? You said in the cemetery, they definitely do. I live there. Okay. So what do y'all think that is? What? If those are hellhounds and hellhounds protect witches, why do those buildings have them? You said lions and gargoyles on gateposts. What y'all think? You seen them on certain routes too, nephew? Do you get an eerie feeling when you pass them or you don't pay no attention? You said they have them outside gated communities too. Right. I seen a gargoyle just staring at me, close to me while praying. I believe it. I believe it. You said they protect witches and demon, auntie. You said where the money reside, where the money reside. Listen, and they are mayors and politicians at work for NASA, not to mention Red Doors. You said they say they are to help with water drainage. You said what about owls on buildings? Same thing. And warlocks, right? So, okay. So let me ask y'all a question. Who got a chance to watch The Magicians? You said you after studying all of this stuff, when you went back and you watched that, you said there's a gargoyle house in Chicago. Does it make you think about what we're really dealing with right now? After watching The Magicians and Evil, them two shows right there, if they don't show you what's going on in our modern day, because I cannot think of the show that came out recently. It's a couple years ago. And it was about the Ivy League colleges and all of the kids there. Certain ones were invited to be a part of, whatever it was, but it was an old ancient society, and if you was in it, you had to become, a witch, a warlock. They had all the different parts of it, but then they sent you out into the world, and those were the people that became the people that rule over us, like the big businesses and stuff. You said yes, it makes you look at things differently. Yeah. Think about that. It makes you think, okay, of course he is, of course. Oh, Marine, that lady already said it. Right. You said Duke University Chapel has them. The chapel? The witches. Did y'all look up how many churches got them? Where y'all at? You said they're called the Duke Devils. Interesting. Oh, I know. I believe it, Eric. Okay. You don't get to those levels without it. All of your favorite rappers is too. They're just lower level warlocks. All your singers, everybody, the country singers talk about how they met the devil at the crossroad. All of them. Okay. Let me ask you a question. Why do you think all the people in Hollywood minds be messed up? How do they go into Hollywood, right, with no mental illness, but they develop mental illness once they get there? How do you think that happens? So when they come out of there saying, I seen people transform into a whole nother being, we don't believe them because they've already told us that they're mentally ill. But we know for a fact that you can call a spirit into your body that will change the form of your body. If the doctors can change your form, why wouldn't magicians be able to? Seeing as how magic is medicine. Huh? We see it all the time that people will go to a witch and have them change. You said yoga does that too. Change your appearance. Thank you. Think about that. What would you do? When they start talking about what they seen, when they don't want to be a part of Hollywood no more, the first thing that you said, yep, dog pose and cat pose. Interesting. All I'm going to say is this. You said warrior frog? Those are poses. My ex's mother went to a witch and then got body surgery sometime after that. Anybody know anybody that went to a witch and they had a crazy experience? How many of y'all, when y'all go out to eat now, y'all be looking for if they got their idol god at the door? Or when you go to your nail shop, you look to see if it's one in there now. All of these things, Matt, nephew said, I do. I do, auntie. I got to see if they are. It changed your whole view once God opened up your eyes to what we really been doing. She said the lady poured blood on her and that made your eyebrow go up. I know it did. Because it did. I'd have been like, say what? Come again? You said my ex friend did something to her baby father. They had to commit him. No way. You said, yes, I know a Chinese wing place that got a frog god at the cash register. And so you realize when we eat food, it's like food sacrifice to their God. Y'all, I mean, it's so crazy. Why ain't this? Did I put this in here upside down? Oh, because it got two of them and it only need one. Interesting. You said when I see it, I won't eat there anymore. Interesting. I can't help but notice stuff everywhere I go now. It's a different thing. Ain't that crazy? It is very. It make you think about a lot of different stuff that we just been a part of and we don't even think about it. That's that unknowing and knowing. I think it's something wrong with their child too. Listen, I told y'all my cousin had told me a story about one of her cousins that did something similar to her boyfriend and her body has been messed up ever since. Like literally she poops on herself. The person went away for a long time, I think like forever or something like that, like to jail forever, but for the rest of her life, I guess she's since then she's had a very bad problem with her bowels and stuff. You said went to a medium in Sedona and asked to talk to my grandpa. She yelled no. A spell to get him away from her. You said went to a medium in Sedona and asked to talk to my grandpa. She yelled no and said he was very angry. Oh. Mm-hmm. And the dude ended up going to jail, I guess, like forever, right? Either died or he went to jail forever, but her body is messed up. Like immediately after she did that spell with whatever, she was messed up. I'm not trying to play. They say magic costs, and I know some folks. You said and brains are not given to everyone, but you will keep on typing crazy stuff anyway. Just because you got a head don't mean there's nothing in there. I'm not. Just because you got fingers don't mean you should use them. Moving on. What was we talking about? What was I talking about? We was talking about the witchcraft that be going on around us that we don't even know about. It keeps kicking you out. Gargoyles, right? So were you all amazed to find out that there was that many buildings, and then in your center? Because think about how we don't even realize how many um dark powers are around us. Now that we watch the videos that we watch, and we watch the movies that we watch, and we see the things that we see, it kicked you out too. I'm not saying nothing else. Interesting. You know why? Because we talking about all the different government buildings, right? And the buildings that are, I mean, if y'all ain't noticed, pretty much everything that we talk about, they try to silence it. It don't matter what it is. It don't matter what it is. They try to silence it. You said it's good to know what's around us, right? But does it make you think about even your bosses at work, the people that own the company you work for, like certain symbols and stuff? Think about it. When they get decorators to decorate certain places, you ain't never walked in a building and been like, mm-mm. And it ain't even got to be a government building, right? It don't even have to be a government building. You ain't never walked in a building and all the hair on your body stand up. You like, what is this? Or the hallways, when you walk down them, it's like, what if that person did some type of ritual to get that business started? Think about how many business offices are haunted. You said it's all around us, powers and principalities, places and locations. Right, because you got to think, when they map cities out, they do it on longitude and latitude. Most of the cities, like their city center is like on the 33rd and something degrees something. Like even Washington, what I showed y'all about the Vatican, if you go look at Washington from a view of up top, it's the same thing. You said we live in the land of evil, and it's up to us to make heaven on earth. Right. But it is a pentagram. You said, yep, they map cities based around the Freemason buildings. Why? And a lot of them buildings is old, and got all them big old doors and big old windows. And when you walk in there, it's like you can literally feel. You said DC is full of demonic architecture. Interesting. You said they also build it on old graveyards and places with evil. Right, but just think about if the person that started your company, that is a multi-billion-dollar company, what if they went to the devil to get those riches? Because think about, certain jobs drive people crazy. It's certain jobs where people literally lose it. And that's not in every type of job. Think about that. And then, man, it just make you think about a lot of different stuff. Not surprised I can think of some jobs I had that you said true. Some of our houses used to be the businesses. Spirits are still around. Right. And because we won't learn about the powers of darkness and how they work, we really just be sitting ducks. No. Because if there's so many churches, how is the power of darkness so strong as well? Do you see what I'm saying? How is, because if God says that we can go into any place and do anything as long as we have his power, then it make you wonder, do a lot of these people even have his power? Because how is it that the places, right, where the churches are is the worst part of the town? Think about that. It's massive churches, but there is so much addiction and homelessness and right around where the Spirit of God is supposed to be. How does that even make sense? You said churches be built on graveyards too. Most of them are. Which is crazy. So it makes you think about, you said churches on every corner and hell on every block. It makes you think, You said locations defiled on purpose. You know what it make me think about? When they building all them big old buildings and people die in the construction, and they've said that they found people in the walls in certain areas. I don't know, chicken wing back up. You would hope that they would do that. They used to. When I was little, the churches used to stay open so homeless people, certain churches stayed open so homeless people could go in there and get warm. They would have to leave in the morning by like the first prayer or whatever, but they would serve them breakfast and stuff like that. In the 80s, it was still churches and stuff open, like at night, where homeless people could go, and it would be like a minister or somebody that stayed there overnight. That normally they lived on the church grounds, and people could go in and pray in the middle of the night and stuff and be in the church. They didn't always have to lock the churches up, but now you can't because people break in there, try to steal stuff, whatever. But do y'all remember that back in the day, people used to be able to go into or the churches would have the basement, and they would have cots and stuff set up in the basement to where if you were homeless or something, they might have like a back door or something, and it was like a shelter in the base of the church. Now there'd be somebody down there to watch over y'all, but it was beds and cots and stuff for when it got cold and stuff like that. Now, no. You said, yep, sure did. You said, like the movie Candyman, a lot of mysterious deaths in the housing complexes. Oh, listen, I'm going to tell you, yeah. And did live in the projects when I was a young adult, when I first had my son in the housing. And baby, and it wasn't even though we had like duplexes, right? But baby, it was so much spiritual stuff that went on in that apartment. I moved out. When my oldest daughter was like probably like 1.5. I moved out. I couldn't do it. She was about to be 2. Baby, it was spooky. When I tell you, as an adult, that's one of the scariest houses. I used to lay in my bed. I was 19, 20. I moved in there when I was 18. I lived there 18, 19, 20. Almost 21. You said you don't understand why God needs gold ceilings to talk to you. He don't. Someone got murked in your breezeway. I had to go. Listen, when I tell y'all every night, now mind you, my son, I moved in there when he was like 1, right? And we moved out when he was getting ready to be 4 or had just turned 4. You said I would see shapes in the upper windows of the houses in the projects. Girl, I would wake up. Now, okay, so how my thing was, like where my bed was, I could look down my hallway into the bathroom, but my son's room was on this side. So like if I'm laying in my bed, y'all would be the bathroom door if I'm looking out down in the hallway. Do y'all know I would be asleep and I would wake up and I would see a spirit, like huge too, like head to the ceiling, standing there. But it would be like if my son's door right here and the bathroom door is right here, it would be kind of standing in the middle. But it's like I would wake up and all the hair on my body would stand up. Do y'all know, like my son would start to cry, I would have to run in his room, but I could see that. And I'm grown. I got 2 kids, 1 kid on the way, whatever. Baby, listen. And then somebody died. They OD'd behind my apartment. I went outside one day, and it was a man with his pants pulled down. I guess he had like, shot up in the rear end or something. I don't know. He was dead behind my apartment, y'all. And these wasn't that kind of projects. Like that didn't really that it was crazy over there, but not like that. It wasn't that kind of projects. Maybe he was dead behind, like right on the outside of my son's window. I said, yeah, it's time to go. It is time to go. But yeah, it was that place. I was tormented, and my son was tormented too. He used to have nightmares like crazy in that place. Seemed like every night he was having a night terror in that apartment in real life. And we moved in there. I probably moved in, I think like April. So he had just turned 1. Yep. And you said when I lived in the projects, my front door locked by itself. I heard someone in there. Listen, I'm trying to listen. Think about it. It's a lot of unaliving and it's a lot of stuff in the projects. It really is. It be a lot of spirits. It be a lot of unaliving. It be a lot of abuse. And then you have to think of the name that they always name the apartments, like they are, or the housing community or whatever else it is. It's like, then think about even the streets. Like every street, every seem like every city got a spruce, a green, all the names of the presidents, right? But you got to think about it. These are the people, or even the names that they name these streets. It's stuff that be used in witchcraft, and the way that they cross them and all of these different things. Like why do all cities have, like, right, Booker T, or you know what I'm saying? But like most cities have a spruce, whatever the names of the trees is, they have that. They, most of them have like a holly hove or a holly grove or a grove or this or that. And you think about it, the streets that they cross with. You said the CPS building is on MLK in my hometown. Listen, you said Sinclair, right? You said laugh out loud. I had to turn my volume down for this one. Heck no, circa stories, scary stories hit different. Listen, you said you lived on Spruce and Holly Street. See, Hazelwood, definitely all have a Hazelwood. I actually do. Do. You said, right, we have those streets in Philly, Locust Street and Green Street. So what if, right? Because think about it. Now, do we have any of y'all in here that used to do real magic? You gonna tell the truth? No? It's okay. Oh, okay. Here we go. Thank you. Okay. Come on. Well, then that wasn't for you, Cree. Only answer the questions that apply, Pumpkin. Don't even worry about it. So look. Okay, why are you answering? I said, is there anybody in here that did magic? Y'all gonna have to put your listening ears on. That mean that don't apply to you, so you don't have to answer to that. You said our projects are on Church Street. Interesting. Exactly. So think about this, right? In my hometown, you said Main Street is called Pine Street. Many untruths and unalivings happen there. This is what I'm talking about. You said you did Santeria for a while, several years ago. Thank you, Naraya. Okay, so look, the place, like the actual location, means something. If you're gonna, like, you got to go get dirt from a graveyard or whatever else that is, right? The locations mean something too, right? Or no? Don't the locations meet like under a certain moon or sun, and then for, it got to be facing east and all of these different things? Y'all don't think that have nothing to do with the way that they name the streets? And we know that high-ranking Masons do magic, and they the ones that built the cities and planned the cities out. Because spruce, pine, all of those is used in magic, right? The locations are portals. Thank you, Tanya. Near a bridge or by a train track. Interesting. See? You said, wait, the street I live on is Sinclair. Interesting. It's an intent and all intentional. Interest. See, this is why I love our class. Because we learn something here every day. Because I know streets like Spruce, Pine, Grove, it seemed like it'd be a whole bunch of unalivings on those streets. You said, wow, literally on the phone with my sister, and she mentioned how a witch got dirt from the cemeteries, hospitals, etc. to cast spells. Girl, you on the phone with her now? Tell her, thank you for being in our business. Come on in. Now we over there in your conversation too. Hello. You said Oak Ridge, Willow Avenue, Pine Hills. Right. And all of those things they use in spell. That's crazy. If you can you do an aerial view of your neighborhood? She said it, and then literally you just said it. Girl, come on in. We all in y'all business in real life. Think, okay, you don't got to say the street you live on, but look at your crossroads. See what the names of your street mean, if there's a, or whatever, like the Old English or whatever. See what that name means. See what your crossroad means, right? And then if you live in a certain neighborhood or housing development, look up that name too. And then if you want to get real spicy, look up the longitude and latitude, the numbers of where your house, apartment building, whatever is. And let's see something. Now you don't gotta tell us the streets, right? You don't gotta tell us your streets, the name or whatever, but just look it up. You said think in California, Hollywood, and Vine Streets, exactly. You said Octavia and Grove in San Francisco was the hood with a lot of crime before gentrification. Interesting. You said my area is old with underground railroad tunnels under some of the homes. Oh, I know it's some spiritual stuff to be. Babe, you probably be rattling chains and everything. Interesting. I live in a neighborhood that have streets based off of Harry Potter names and phrases. Are you serious? Excuse my language, and I love Harry Potter, but oh hell no. What? I'm near, you said Uchee Creek and Cedar Street. You don't gotta tell the streets here. I don't want you to tell them here, y'all. I don't want y'all to tell the streets here. Girl. Now y'all know I like Harry Potter because it teaches what's going on, but baby, I don't know if I can live it all. Lord, y'all don't be having no scary stuff going on at your house. You is crazy. Wait a minute. You said they all named after Harry Potter stuff? Girl, my toes is like this down here. I said don't write. I don't write where you live. Don't write it because there might be somebody in here that don't like you. I'm just saying, you look it up and tell me got dementors lurking on it. Right. Simply, come here. Come on. Wait a minute. Do you be... How... Daisha, right. You said left out. Yes, one of the streets is named Potter Place. Girl! You learn something every day here. Now, I wonder if the company that owns whatever it is that renovated or did your neighborhood is from England. Like, I wonder if the company is owned by a company that's based in England, or like their mother or father, their parent company is based in England. That the Potter House Church. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Oh, he did. He used to run with a warlock. He went to a party at a warlock house. Never mind, I don't know. I'm gonna mind my business. That ain't none of mass. He said, yeah, we ain't gonna talk. Listen. That's interesting. It just makes you wonder, right? And to those of you that have read He Came to Set the Captives Free, it makes sense as to why law enforcement does certain things that they do, because a lot of them are in their own secret societies. You said, dang, the bad rich guy in a Wonderful Life was named Potter. Interesting. Think about that, though. It ain't no telling how much magic be around us every day. And this is why the Bible say we don't fight against flesh and blood. It also makes me wonder. I told y'all, I be wondering how many people I meet that ain't real people. And I've been feeling like that since I was a little kid. That some of the people that I met wasn't people. Because I've had that experience where I didn't talk to a person and I turn around and there's no way they could be gone that fast. I've had that experience more than one time in my life. You said that book made me cry. He Came to Set the Captives Free. You said it's in our music, food, and buildings. Right. And the roads. The names of our cities, the way that they set everything up. And it's like, because we so desensitized to stuff, we don't even think about that when we're moving into a neighborhood or looking at the what you call it? Ooh, you about to knock that coffee off. Hold on. Where is it? The geometrics, the sacred geometry. It's making me think about this. Right? Ain't this it? This. This right here. Sacred geometry is the language of the angels. Hold on. Hold on. So when mm, 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 mm. You said it's intentional buildings on those ley lines used for rituals. Hold on. You said yes, and it's elemental magic with water lines. We got a book on it. Right over here, we sure do. Earth grids. Boom. And we got a couple of them. Okay. So we got this, right? Right, which is this. So both of these books are about sacred geometry and how they put it in everything, right? We got these two. And then we got this earth grids right here. So the secret patterns of Gaia's sacred sites. Now, Gaia, we already know that's the women of earth that had babies with the angels. The geomagnetic field. Excuse me. So DC was made by a mason on a square grid. Yeah. All of our, think about it. It's always a square in the middle of a circle. That's what we just went and looked up last night. It's always a square in the middle of the circle. The Book of Enoch shares a lot of this information as well. Oh yes, I do know. I do know. We got the Book of Enoch in several places in here. I don't remember who she was with. Gaia just means earth, like Mother Earth, the women of earth, and we know that the mothers of the giants were earthly women. From what I understand. Okay, so look. It says, oh no, not you listening now. Really? It says the Earth's magnetic field takes a daily beating when struck by a gust of solar wind, as seen in the colorful northern lights. The system is in flux. At dawn, the magnetic field lines shrink and surge through the land, our homes, our bodies, and spirits are energy, right? We agree that spirits are energy. Y'all, think about when God wakes you up at 1, 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning to pray. If the spiritual energy is most powerful and it runs through right before dawn, Lucifer, son of the dawn. Think about it. What are spirits sent to do? Ruin your day. As soon as you get up, the enemy is attacking you. Do you think that that's weird? You said Gaia is Chronos' mom? Okay, I don't know. So then a woman of earth, there we go. Think about that. God wakes you up early in the morning when it's still dark outside, before dawn, to get up and pray, right? Most times when a person is having insomnia, it's always darkest before dawn, right? But think about this, though. If the magnetic field, it goes out right before dawn, God will wake us up a couple hours before dawn to pray. What if some of that energy is the spirits that's on this planet? Think about that. If the witching hour is from 12 midnight to 3, right? In the darkest time of the day, 3 to 5. Come on. And dawn is normally between 5 and 7, depending on where you at. You said yes, because I've been waking up before the sun comes up. And the veil be thin around that time. Think about it. You said I've tried praying at 3 a.m. in tongues, and no lie, them slumbering spirits come and try to make you sleep. Yeah, they do. Think about that. Y'all don't think that's crazy? I used to roam the streets those times when I was out having a good time partying, right? And think about it. A lot of unalivings happen in between 3 and 6 o'clock in the morning. A lot of unalivings. A lot of people see things. Think about when your kids have a nightmare. It's normally in the right around that time. Right before you got to get up and go to work. Right after everybody then fell asleep. You mean when the electromagnetic field is pulsing through everybody's house? Have any of you ever had, like, went to sleep feeling peaceful, and then you woke up and you could feel something in the room with you? You could feel an energy, and you don't. Sometimes I know I didn't woke straight up and set up. I mean, been in a dead sleep. And it ain't even that I feel something. I just wake straight up. And I'm looking around like, what? You said for the past 2 weeks, I've been up praying and worshiping between 4 and 7. Come on, girl. Come on. And Lucifer is son of the dawn. You said, yes, woke up at spiritual war. Listen. If spirits are energy and the magnetic field, it says, at dawn, the magnetic field lines shrink and surge through the land, our homes, our bodies, and our brains each day. The field weakens at night, then roars back to life every morning. Who remembers that we just studied about Venus being the brightest star right before dawn? We just studied about that either this morning or yesterday. He said, yes, the scariest time was when I had sleep paralysis. All I could do was say Jesus over and over. And a lot of times on the clock, on the scary movies, what time is it? It's normally like 3 o'clock. You said, so that's a real thing. Oh, it's normally like 3. Well, you said 12 on yours. Normally on the scary movies, when they look at the clock, it's like just turning 3 o'clock. Between 3 and 3:30, it seemed like on the thing, it's always 3 o'clock. When they wake up and look at the clock and something scary about to happen, it be 3. Well, if sometimes dawn is at 5 o'clock. Depending on where you are in the world, sometimes the sun is coming up at like 5:15, 5:30. It ain't always 6. Depending on where you at in the world, it might be light by 5:30 in the morning. You said it's something about 3 a.m. It is. Or they battling to make it through the night. Listen. Y'all, what if our cities is set up like a motherboard? On a computer, on a chip. Because if you look at a motherboard, it looks like a little city. So that makes sense if right before dawn, you said the bird's eye view layout. Listen, and it's set up so that energy can move freely through there. Y'all. You said they are designed the same way? Right, Miss Garcia. OMG. Which is why the spells and stuff work at certain locations. You said they said it this way to harness our energy. Y'all. You said, listen, think about where the power plants are in the city. OMG. And the water, because water generates energy too. The elements. And think about this. Wherever the factories are, it seems like you always see a fire that's burning all the time. Did y'all have one of those places in y'all city? Where like one of the factories, you could always see the fire at the top. Like it'd be like gas or something. You could smell it or whatever. Fire. Oh, wow. What if the... Oh, wow. You said on Juella. Listen, we had a gas one that they shut down. Listen. You said you live right by what? The garbage company, for sure, here at the hotel. Oh. You said, oh my God, there's the bayou next to our power plant. Look! You said power plants or boosting stations. Interesting. Yeah, we are literally our cities are set up just like the motherboard on this computer. And because this freaking magnetic field right before, when everybody is getting, what if that's why people be drained when they get up? What if, you know how like when you wake up and then you kind of stir and you feel yourself get up and then you try to go back to sleep, or you do go back to sleep? What if that's when that magnetic field is going through the city? Think about that. Because it's like, even if you don't say kids get up or set no alarms, it's like they almost wake up within minutes of each other. You know what I'm saying? Right. Wake up agitated. Girl, I'll be right back. I think I'm going to the bathroom. This a lot. This why I like being over here though. We got any computer people over here help us out with this. The magnetic field. Listen, and spirits are energy. We always see that spirits, when they leave out of somebody, the person's body like slumps down to the ground. You said, what do you say when you say, I'm drained of power? You said, what do you say when you're tired? I'm so drained. Oh my goodness. That would make sense, because sometimes I feel like something shocked me awake. Oh, OMG. OMG. You said, and people who work the midnight hour are different. They are. And a lot of people have to start taking stuff to help them go to sleep. My parents worked overnight. I did too at times. You said you have been sleeping a lot too. Listen, y'all. And think about this. In the cities where there's more unalivings, there's more crime, all of those different things, it makes you want, because like y'all said, certain streets, certain buildings. Listen. Do y'all think this is why they keep certain ethnic groups in certain areas? And certain things do run rampant in certain areas. Remember when we all felt sick, there was a lot of magnetic energy activity in the sky. I do remember that. I do remember that. Yes. Justice. Yo. You said I live right between Army Reserve and the reservation. Interesting. You said, yep, this world is technology. We are in a high-tech virtual reality, just like the Matrix. It just make you think about a lot of different things of how they really set this up. Got a pimple coming right here and here. Interesting. And this has everything. These two have everything to do. This, this, and this. Right? So it's sacred geometry, the language of the angels, geomancy, earth grids, ley lines, feng shui, divination, dowsing, and dragons. Interesting. Y'all see that? Okay, so look. It says, at dawn, the magnetic field lines shrink and surge through the land, our homes, our bodies, and our brains each day. The field weakens at night, then roars back. I read that. At some natural places, local geology makes this even stronger due to the effect of rocks, insulators such as chalk, or the presence of water. Interesting, Jada. You hear me? Is this why they put certain rocks outside of certain developments and stuff? And they always seem like they have rocks, and then it'll be some little creek right after that fence. Living near canals, ponds, and lakes. Oh, wow. The earth itself, wait a minute, it says magnetism and electrical force are two sides of the same coin. A moving electrical current generates a magnetic field, and a changing magnetic field generates electric current, and anything present will conduct. Hold on. A moving electrical current generates a magnetic field, and a changing magnetic field generates electric current in anything present that will conduct it, like us. The Earth itself is subject to the same forces. The field lines generate weak DC currents in the ground, and like all electrical currents, these telluric energies travel better in some media than others. Ground containing a high level of most projects is built out of rocks, and it be a lot of metal in the projects. What is it in prisons? Metal and concrete. Housings be having big rocks or water feature in the front when you come in. Oh, ew. The heavy metal. Look, look, look. That's crazy. It said, oh, it said ground containing a high level of metal or mineral rich water conductors. Water conducts these natural daily currents particularly well. Drier or less metallic ground conducts it less well. When these two types of land intersect, and conductivity discontinuity occurs. Interestingly, I'm sorry, y'all, this is also where many ancient sites seem to be located, and often where anomalous balls of light are seen. They've been seeing the balls of light bouncing around in the cities recently. You said heavy metal is in concrete You said heavy metal and concrete minimize natural energy. Interesting. You said all these things is just charging and draining us. That's why Elon Musk built the plant in the middle of South Memphis where most of the black people live. Yeah! Y'all! Don't drop book. I'm sorry. Okay, I won't do that no more. Which makes sense because black people have more melanin than anybody on the planet. And what does melanin do? Conduct energy. OM freaking G. Remember, we are made out of matter and clay. This elevated presence of lead. Oh my goodness. We said at the same time, come on. Remember, melanin is a big power conductor. Oh my goodness. Which is why they put the AI centers in all of the. And think about it. Even in downtown, normally it's a lot of. Right on the outside of downtown is the hood. Right on the outside. You cross over one street and it is the hood. It be the white hood, the Spanish hood, the black hood, and then the mixed hood right there. On the outside of that circle that we saw, it is always the hood right outside of that. Melanin is used in the chips and supercomputers. Exactly. I'm talking about Kato. OMG. And as soon as you get outside of downtown, the houses start getting nicer. But it don't matter. You can go around that whole circle. And the people that be walking around in downtown in the night be looking like zombies. Oh my goodness. Think about it. The freaks come out at night in downtown. That's when you see the zombies and the people bent over and y'all. And think about it. A lot of people say they go downtown and whatever, and they don't make it out of there. They're trapped in downtown. Start seeing less trash and everything. Yes. You said we have a separate place for the zombies here. Interesting. Think about that. They are harvesting the energy of those people. Think about that. Y'all. And it's so crazy because them people that be in them high rises, they F's with the hood. The doctors be in the hood, the lawyers be in the hood. They be in the hood. They go pick up the hoes in the hood and the peoples, and they go and they get they from over there and everything. And then they go back to downtown and to they places. Notice you don't see much graffiti on them and stuff either. The symbols. Come on. The homeless shelters is downtown too. They sure are. And nobody ever listens to the homeless people. And they be like, oh, that person changed into a such and such. They be like, yeah, right. Do you want this or not? Da 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 da. Whole time they be knowing what's going on because they out there and they see it. Y'all. You said all of our research universities are in the hood. Where you can go and sell your blood and sell your tissue and sell all of that. How many homeless people or people that are out on the street have crazy stories and nobody believes them? For real. Look how many kids come up missing. You saying one of them is an Ivy League too? Listen. Y'all, they've been playing us the whole time. Notice you don't listen. Oh, you said, yes, I had a homeless tell me he's not human. Don't go there. I was at the Wax Museum. I remember. Listen, the plasma donation series and Planned Parenthood too. And we just read about Planned Parenthood. They changed the name of the eugenics centers to Planned Parenthood. I didn't even know that. Now, I knew that they was using the cells and stuff, but I didn't know that them people over there that be doing that kind of stuff, them people, You know, we know they've been on eugenics because they back in the office right now trying to do eugenics right now. But that's why the plan. I asked y'all that when we first. I said, why is the Planned Parenthood's always in the hood? Why? It's a reason. Because say you don't know that you got a superpower and you give them your infant, they got that cord blood, they got all your cells. They can extract those cells and put them into people that they need to have them. Hello, super soldiers. Moving on. Listen, because Planned Parenthood was set up for us. Actually, yeah. Ain't this interesting? Is this interesting to anybody else? Some of y'all might already know, but to those of us that did it, is this an interesting thing? Just thinking about how they just set our cities up like motherboards. You said Gemini Man. What's that? What's that? It's interesting to see this. It is. And to see where they put these power plants and to see what's going on and to understand. And we know anytime we see this circle, like right here, like this is all of our downtowns. This is how all of our downtowns look. If you go look at an aerial view, this is what you're going to see. This. This is what's on the inside of that necklace I just showed y'all. This is what's on the inside of the Vatican and all of the. You said the singer abroad was Microsoft dude. Best who? I don't know who that is. Hey, Tadera. Ain't this interesting though? Even in Mexico, they got those too. Yes. Arizona, they everywhere too. And think about it. What is a roundabout? And just in the last probably 15 years, they start putting roundabouts everywhere. Anybody else in y'all cities, they start putting the roundabouts everywhere? Because roundabouts didn't used to be everywhere. Now, roundabouts are in all the cities. They're putting roundabouts everywhere. Which is, Margaret Sanger, who started Planned Parenthood. Oh, okay. Think about that. A roundabout is the same thing that's in the middle. And it's normally when you getting ready to cross over from like one part of the city to the other. You said a roundabout is a swirling accumulation of energy. Come on. I'll be right back. Y'all, this is interesting. Can you go look up and see, like a Ferris wheel? Exactly. Can you go look up and see when they started putting the roundabouts where you was at? What year? So we ain't no telling how many things we are subject to, and because we don't study, we don't know. You said usually roundabouts show up when they upgrade certain areas. Interesting. Indianapolis, I know, Danny. When I went home this last time, well, when my daughter had surgery last year, we went to Country Kitchen, to the new spot. Girl, I was so pissed off when I got down there. In 5 years, baby, they changed that whole area. And then when I went back to Phoenix, it was the same thing. They didn't put that L train in the middle. Girl, made me so mad. Sure did. I was not happy about that. Because, baby, I'm trying to tell my friend, oh, yeah, let's go, such and such, such and such. He like, well, where are we going? I said, I don't know where I'm at now. And I know this city like the back of my hand. What you mean? Phoenix has a bunch now, too. Exactly. And why, I wonder, and if you think about it, it's kind of connected like this. So what if they put those on specific grid lines? You said, and think about what brand name companies show up. Exactly. Excuse me. You said your rug when you were a kid had roundabouts on it. Interesting. You said they just put one in July 2020. Think about this. Excuse me. Think about that. We don't even realize. You said they kind of remind me of the CERN symbol. It is that. It is. And then think about this, though. You said roundabouts came in the early 2900. You said they were thought to be, in the early 1900s, they were thought to be more efficient. Interesting. Or is it just that they're harvesting that energy? We don't even know what's around us. You want to raise your hand? I'm going to say I didn't. I ain't going to say we because I can't speak for y'all. Every day we come here, I learn something else. Could that be why when you go into certain parts of town, you feel a certain way? Think about that. You said they have it a lot in the UK. I don't know. Think about it. When you go to certain parts of town, you feel depressed. Certain parts of town, if you go there, you always want to spend your money, right? You will spend more money. Now, if you go to that same store in a different area, it don't make you want to spend as much, right? You can go to the same store in two different areas, and in one area, it make you want to spend more. In another area, you be like, nah, I'll wait till I can find it at another. And it's the same stuff at the same store, but it just make you think about different areas you go into, different bars and stuff. What if? You said Walmart with them lights, baby. I do not go in there no more. I've been saying Walmart was the devil since the early 2000s. You said yes. When I went to Iowa, it felt so depressing and like a heavy cloud and desolate. I couldn't explain it at the time, but it makes sense. Girl, think about that, y'all. You said there are 25,000 recorded in the UK and one of the highest densities globally. Interesting. And think about this. What are crop circles? All the crop circles look like those designs we see. And they be out in the middle of nowhere, in the middle of a cornfield, and they be connected. And they said, we still don't have no machinery that can do it. You said, I thought it was normal territorial spirits, but you explained it in a way you said in a way of another dimension systematically. Listen, hey, right? Hey, think about that. Crop circle harness energy. Exactly. So if they're putting roundabouts and a crop circle is the same thing as a roundabout, what are they doing there? You said, I think of Saturnalia, a harvester celebrated. You said disguised as Christmas. Interesting. Hey, you said things that make you, listen, y'all. which makes sense as to why a lot of housing developments only have one way in and one way out. But they have a lot of roundabouts in the neighborhoods. That makes sense. It does. Even you said, so now that we know our energy is being manipulated. Listen, our energy, oh yeah. This, similar to the Gateway Arch. For sure. Been in it. Have. And when you get near it, you feel the energy of that thing. I done been up in the top of it, in the bottom of it, and it's right at the water. Yes. Been there. And baby, you know, honey, the city is crazy. People be walking around down. Listen, the city is crazy. You said California is count nearing 800 roundabouts. Interesting. You said folks would be unalived in the town square. The circles would have harnessed the negative fields. I believe this because the obelisk are there. Interesting. And you said bridges too. Y'all. Carmel, Indiana is, girl, I already know, is widely considered the roundabout. That's where my kids is. Huh? That's where my kids are. I know, I just told you I was down there with them. And when I went home, listen, that's where my kids live. I'm telling you what I know. Yeah. That's where the girls at. Interesting. Yeah. But I know Indiana got a different feel, baby. Honey. You said by the water they cut a pyramid down in St. Louis. Interesting. I believe it. Oh, listen. I told y'all about my experiences here, honey. And when I had my scariest experience, the first time I lived here, it was by the water. I was living by the water. And was, honey. And was. That, listen. Yeah. Yeah. Sure did. I lived less than a mile from the water. You said the USA has a lot. Yeah. You said especially down south, a whole maze, and a lot of the neighborhoods are called John Doe Plantation. Interesting. In Back to the Future, to get powers, they had to drive around the circle in the middle of the town. That's what. Yeah. And if you think about it, whenever they show you New York from an aerial view, they always show the cabs going around in the circles and then going out into the streets. East St. Louis got a lot. You said got all the energy. Listen, and do. You said it energized the time machine. I do remember that. They was having to go around in that circle. We currently have 28 roundabouts and they're going to add 32 by 2029. Y'all, you said, I don't know if it's been discussed, but also why you feel like you got to spend money at the stores and buy food is based off the colors and the music and the names of the demons, like Nike and all of that. I just talked to my mama about that today. I said, Mama, why y'all pastors be wearing a fallen angel daughter on they belt trying to talk to us? She said, what you talking about? I said, Medusa was a child of the fallen angels. You said the island of Manhattan is an oval. Interesting. I said, can you tell me why they do that? Why they got all the names of the fallen angels' children on all their clothes, and they wear that in the church? You said the way the products are placed, learned that in fashion. Oh, I believe it. But do you think this is why God said we have eyes but we don't see? Because how many? Okay, some of y'all did. But how many of y'all, when y'all came here, y'all really started to look at, and I'm not saying like, oh, you just learned to hear, but you really started to pay attention to what you put on your body. You looked up the names of the clothes that you were wearing, understanding that's why they named different wigs different names, even with the hair. And that's why you feel different when you put a different wig on. Because it's a different spirit. Your body move different. You flip your hair different. All of that. You said we see but don't comprehend it in that way. Listen. I mean, we don't think about this stuff, but if we know for a fact that the fallen angels' children are the evil spirits now, and they all use sigils and signs. You said yes, especially the Sasha wig. That's famous, girl. Sasha been around since I was in my 20s, honey, and have. Sure have. You said when you put her wig on, you become her. Come on. Come on. Come on. You said I'm still wondering how we celebrate Christmas during a dead season. Listen. Because we've been fooled. Is the thing. I just asked my mama today. I said, why do churches... You said you don't need a wig. Are you talking to me? Or are you just saying in general that women don't need wigs? Are you a lady or a man before I say what I'm gonna say? I gotta know. Okay, yeah, you don't need to speak about what no woman need. Because y'all shave y'all head when y'all get that George Jefferson. We don't tell y'all don't need to shave it. Y'all, we don't say that to y'all. We just let y'all, we love y'all anyway. When y'all hairline be receding back here and you try to fade it and then have them comb it down low like that, we don't say what y'all need to do. We just let y'all do it and act like we don't see it. So we need y'all to keep the same energy. Don't talk about what we need now. When y'all get blacked out and stuff and y'all get y'all little man things, we don't say nothing what y'all don't need. We don't say nothing to y'all. So what we not going to do is comment on something that don't got nothing to do with us. Okay, now. We just going to leave it. You just leave stuff that don't got nothing to do with you. Yeah. All right. You said my husband and I be quiet. Girl. I'm just saying, folks always talk about what we don't need to do. We need a podcast so we can tell y'all what we don't feel like y'all need to do too, since everybody just be speaking on stuff that don't got nothing to do with it. We love y'all, but baby, we act like we don't see a whole bunch of stuff, like your stomach hanging over your pants. Still making you feel like you look like you did when you was 20, and you don't. And we just try to hug as close as our arms will go around you like this and try to make you feel that your waist is still small. We don't say nothing. When your butt is sucked all the way in and your stomach is out, we love on you like you still got a six-pack. Stop it. Listen, I'm just saying, what we not going to do is always have an opinion on y'all when we try to make y'all feel the best that we can when, honey, it is a young, what's that man named? Anthony, whatever, coming around here. Hello. And the other man, the... I'm just saying, we not gonna comment. We gonna leave it. Now, what was we talking about before that? Because we gotta act like we don't see them people with the strong back, honey. While y'all looking at these fake butts, it's niggas with real bodies out here. I'm just saying, we be nice and loving on y'all anyway. So we just gonna leave it. Y'all only want to hold our hand when y'all get around them young cats with the strong backs. Moving on. Hello. You ain't trying to hold my hand when the girl with the fake booty walking by. Don't do it. Don't. Anyway, back to what we was talking about the spirits. Girl, Antoinette. I'm just going to say, you going to go get the pasta now. I've been trying to tell you to go get it for... Right. I seen her. It's okay. Go on over there. I seen her. All right, let's keep it moving. So what was we talking about? We was talking about spiritual energy, and when you go places, you spend more money than you should. Hello. With a strong back. Moving on. You said I'm on the floor. Wait, listen, cuz I try not to speak on stuff that don't have nothing to do with me. You said I held my breath so long. Listen. Listen. But y'all know I got brothers, so I just want y'all to know I can hang with the best of them, but I'm just saying, you said you gonna stop talking about me. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Wait a minute. What you mean? What I say? What did I say? It's the truth. Okay, am I not speaking the truth? Now, if your husband or wife in the room, I don't want you to get in trouble. But if am I wrong? Okay, let's go there. We was talking about the spirits. We can go over here for a minute. Can we, right, admit? And I think this is why God says don't judge people by the outside. Okay? Because how you looked when you're 20, 9 times out of 10, when you're 55, you're not going to look like that. Now, some people are trying to make themselves look like that. But if you go the natural way, you said, guess what? What did I say? Someone you know? What did I say? I don't even know what I said. I don't know if I'm talking about you or who. Wait a minute. What did I say? Listen, this is my thing, right? If you fall in love with a person for who they are, you don't, I mean, you'll love them even when they not who they used to be. But everything in our world now is about what it looks like. You said people be 45. Right. I'm not saying that they don't. You said, I'm a man, I got a belly. Oh, okay. Well, then don't be telling no chick she fat ever then. You see? Because y'all expect us to accept y'all how y'all are. Whatever that is. But y'all, it's a whole bunch of men that be trying to tell us what a woman need to do. Well, we don't be telling y'all what y'all need to do. We just accept y'all. We figure we gonna cook and get your belly down and all that kind of stuff. Like, it be real, real crazy. But I grew up in a house with all boys, so I'm a little bit different. That's probably why I'm still single. Because I know most women, they going, oh, baby. And I'm going to say, well, you might want to work on that. And then, well, didn't you tell me I need to work on something? Oh, okay, well, I'm just trying to. I thought we was figuring out what we all need to work on. I didn't know we was just talking about me. Oh, okay. So, that might be why this ring ain't on this finger no more. Hello. Because I'm going to say it. Because you ain't about to have me walking around here feeling crazy. Listen. Nephew. You said, what's wrong with a strong back? Absolutely nothing. But a lot of old men don't have them. That or stamina, if we're going to talk about it. Moving on. So with that, and they always want to put their chest out. No, put it back in. Go work on that stomach, since we're going to talk about some stuff. Don't ever say nothing to me about these stretch marks and you look like you're 9 months pregnant. Don't do it. And I walk and hold your hand still. Don't do me like that ever. Because you need a belt on. I can see your drawers. Hey, little girl. Get out of here. You ain't supposed to hear your mama talking like this. Get out. No. Is you ready? Listen. They better leave me alone. Take me as I am, and I'm going to take you as you are. Hello. We ain't going to do it. Is you ready? You said, I think a spirit that interrupted the main topic. No, it ain't. This is not that kind of class. You know, we going to talk about whatever we want. Okay. Oh, I might not even be able to do it, girl. Hold on. Oh, I don't know. Hold on. Oh, wait. There we go. Hi, child.
Ooh, I can't see myself.
Because you need to turn on your camera.
Oh, don't let me find out I'm old. Hold on. There we go. Why is it popping up that there's so many?
But it ain't about to do that. Go on and do it.
Oh, I don't know.
It's a whole bunch of people. Say it, and then we gonna say what.
Oh, so Merry Christmas, Happy New Year's. You guys wanna see something? Can you guys see it?
Y'all can't see it over here. Hold on, let me turn them around so they can see it too.
Can you guys see it? I know you see it.
Yeah, wait a minute. Okay, wait a minute. Hold on. How can I find it? Oh, there it goes. Wait a minute. Why is it so low? Can y'all see? Where is the camera? Oh no, I don't want nobody else in here. Anyway, say it, girl.
Oh guys, I'm pregnant. Happy New Year.
So for everybody that prayed for my baby, it worked. And yeah, I'm about to have another grandbaby. Y'all prayers work.
Prayers will come right through that prayer line.
Yeah.
Things first.
Yes. Yes. I've been holding it and holding it and holding it and holding it.
You think they're gonna make me wait? Well, you know.
Everybody said congratulations.
Thank you. I figure, you guys need to get the first major people to know because y'all was putting in your prayers for me and stuff.
Y'all the first people to know. Outside of me and her sisters and her brother, y'all the first folks to know. Yes.
Because I respect y'all. Y'all know y'all are the community, not even her community. Y'all are all a community too, so.
Yeah.
Surprise, guys.
Yeah.
Thanks for the prayer.
So I'm going to post her, what you call that thing?
The baby registry.
The baby registry. Or, I don't know if you can post it in the comments or not.
What do they say? Another CERCA Little?
Another CERCA Little. We do. We got another CERCA Little coming. So, y'all, I'm excited because my baby is having a baby. The last of the Mohicans. And y'all know I don't let nobody go live with me. So, this had to be an important thing. Okay? I'm about to have another grandbaby. My fifth one. It's real, real crazy.
Number 5, Cinco. That is insane.
5 is Grace, too.
Is it?
You want to tell your testimony?
Yeah. So, back in August of 2024, I found out that I had a dermoid cyst, guys. Okay? Which sometimes it can be like a ball of cells, right? It'll be like a ball of cells, or sometimes it'll be like liquid. But I was having issues, really bad back pain, so I ended up going to the hospital, and I was really crying. I had to get an ultrasound, everything done. They had to figure out what was going on. They couldn't really see. Come to find out, the same day I was at the hospital, the same day I left, they told me I had a dermoid cyst. I didn't really know what it was, so I went home, I did my research. They told me I was definitely going to have surgery, but someone would reach out. Within a month, I was on the operating table, and when we went in, they said, guys, we're going in, we're going to go ahead and take out the left. And I was like, wait a second, y'all. Y'all said the right. There was something on the right side. They're like, no, we're taking out the left. So they went into surgery. I was looking at them sideways because I'm like, y'all said the right, but I'm going to let y'all take the left, okay? Go in. Guys, they ended up taking my left ovary and my left fallopian tube. And it hurt. Because I felt like, as a woman, it's like people always talk about children and different things like that. And then, y'all know, my sisters have kids too. So I always see myself being a mother, but I also felt like a part of that was like, not snatched away. But in a sense, like, I felt like kind of, one day you go from being like, oh, we got to be careful to now it's like, is this even an option for me? So they did my surgery. They suggested IVF, which you guys all seen. But I had just been praying. I went back and forth about I would feel some type of way, and then one day I'd be like, it's okay, God got me. And then one day I would wake up feeling a way, and then the next day I would be okay. So y'all know I went back and forth, but God really came through. And a month before I was supposed to start my IVF treatment, y'all, I found out I was pregnant. So,
yeah.
Surprise.
Come on, God did it anyway. You hear me? With one tube and one, and you still have the other issue, right?
Yes, I still have a cyst on my right side, y'all. It's not as big. My other one, it was about the size of a softball. So y'all know how big a softball is. The other one was softball sized, and this one is. The other one is still bigger. It's about 6 centimeters, but I still have a cyst on the other side. So
Come on. Come on now. Everybody said, so this is who I dream I was having baby clothes for. Somebody said, I'm already looking at IKEA stuff. Yeah.
guys,
You said another granny son, I think. I don't know.
It was hard for me to have to tell her she had to wait because it's so exciting. But I just felt like, the time had to be right. And I mean, Christmas is coming up and I'm grateful. And God, He always does His big one, y'all.
Yeah.
He do. I know sometimes it's frustrating and it's irritating and you be wanting to cry or punch the wall or come at Him sideways. But like, He really do come through.
He does. He does. So, all right, I'm about to.
This ain't the first time I had to learn the hard way, but
yeah, yeah. Yeah.
You guys can update it with little bump pictures and whatever else.
Yeah, because I've been waiting to tell y'all. I've been holding it and holding it and holding it and holding it and holding it. You hear me? And I've been wanting to say something, and I've been having. That's why I said it'll be stuff going on outside of here. But this is a miracle to me. This is a miracle, baby, to me.
What's crazy though? I dreamed about my baby.
He said, I knew it was possible. We have the same story. They removed my right side, and I conceived naturally a year later. So happy for her. Nico did not tell. But didn't me and you talked about it, didn't we? You said
I really like y'all prayers and just the words of encouragement. It really means a lot. It does. Like
when our community pray, things happen, honey. And y'all see, it's been a lot of that. It has been a lot of prayer, medical prayers answered since we've been here.
Huh? There's only one.
Oh yeah.
There's only one.
It's only one. Right. She said, they said get ready for some gifts. So you need to post your thing or something. I don't know. Put it under one of my most recent posts. Tag it in there and then, whatever.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, y'all. Everybody over here said, oh no, I don't want nobody else because she about to get out too. Bye, girl. I love you.
Bye.
Hang up or get out of here. I don't know how to get you out. Do you know how? Thank you. So I can go back to my regular. Now, how I get back to my thing? See, this won't be wanting to do it. Oh, Lord. Because now I don't know how to get out of here. Oh, I might have to hang up on y'all. I never know how to get out of here. Oh, shoot. Y'all know this one I don't do this. How the heck I get out of this live? What do I got to do? How do I get out of this here? Just tap on myself? No, that's not working. Go to guest and remove. That's what I did. I removed her. And now it's back to none. Mm-mm. Oh, okay, there we go. Got it. I got it. Thank you. Girl, y'all know I've been doing this 4 years and still don't know. And ain't even worried about it because I don't plan on letting nobody. But she said, Mom, can I go live with you until, and you could, I said, yeah, because this is something y'all prayed for. And y'all know I cried and cried and cried about it. So just know I want to tell y'all, thank you for praying. Everybody that prayed for my baby, y'all are a part. Didn't I say we all a part of each other's stories? Y'all a part of my story now. Y'all part of my grandbaby story. Y'all part of my daughter's story. You hear me? Oh, you new here? Oh, well, hey, someone you know, I'm sorry, because I just been talking to you crazy like you already been a student. Hey, welcome. I'm your dean, CERCA TROVA. This is We Outside International University. I'm happy you came over here. Sorry, you see how well, at least you know you already family. See, y'all be trying to be nice to the folks. You see what drew him in? He said, what you not going to do is be talking about me. I thought you was my cousin already. I didn't know. I thought you was a cousin already. See, we already treat you like you family. You see, come on in here. You can come get you a plate and stuff. Come on in. Because, yeah, I thought you was already a part of the family. Sorry. I just be talking crazy to people and stuff. But, yeah, y'all part of my grandbaby. And so, I again, you said, oh, today's my god baby boy's birthday. Oh, tell him I said happy birthday. You hear me? So listen. When I say it'll be a lot going on in my life, sometimes I can't talk about it. It be other stuff too. But when I ask y'all to pray for me, a lot of times, most times it ain't for me. It's probably somebody connected to me and I just can't tell their business or whatever else. So I want to thank y'all. When y'all pray for me, when y'all pray for my kids, I have seen miracles with my children, and I know it's from all of y'all going to God for us. Just like we all go to God for everybody in here. Like, I'm grateful for excuse me, I'm grateful for what we experience here, because we have seen miracle after miracle after miracle. We going on 4 years. Y'all know we got over 1.2 million views on our YouTube too. I just looked at it today. And that might not be a lot for nobody else, but we barely making it to 11,000, almost 11,000 people, 11.2 thousand people. You said, such a blessing. Well, God keeps showing how amazing He is, girl. You said, meanwhile, I was trying to figure out though. Now we know a circle little on the way, girl. Listen, I've been trying to hold it and hold it and hold it. I've been wanting to say something, and she said, "No, you can't." I said, "Well, they gonna want to know." Now, don't be mad, cause to those of you that sent some change, she went and got some of the little baby stuff. She was so excited. It was a good day. So she didn't waste the money. She went and got some diapers and wipes and things like that. I said, well, they probably won't mind, seeing as how the miracle was answered. So I just want y'all to know that. Mm-hmm. She went and got a few things. She's very excited. I wish are you still in here, girl? See, she didn't tell y'all the part of the story. Yep, August. She didn't tell y'all part of the story. Okay, you didn't tell them the part of the story about the baby box. You should have showed them that. You didn't tell that part. I thought you was going to tell that part of the story. Nickel. You can tell it another day. What can I tell them? Do you care? You should have. That you need to tell that on your thing. Go on and do a what's the name? So when the doctors gave her this information, her and I talked, and mom told you to go get what, some baby clothes, and then write a letter to the baby, and we got a card, right? Did we get a card? Is that what we did? You got a card and you went and got some baby stuff. This was after the surgery or right before the surgery, during that time, wasn't it? Okay. And I said, write a letter to your baby. Go buy some things in faith that God is going to send you your child. No matter what these doctors say, no matter what's going to happen. And at first she was like, Mom, no. I said, no, come on. Mom's believing in faith with you. So she went and she got, just a little onesie, and I can't remember what all you bought. And then she bought a card and she wrote a letter to her baby. Well, that baby done showed up this year. Hello. Mm-hmm. And what it said, I love my grandma or something like that. And is write it down. God said, make a record of what you want me to do. Do you hear me, my baby? Listen. You said stop. I'm trying to tell you what happened. Didn't you? It's real. What I tell y'all to do, I tell my kids too. What I ask y'all to do is I've had to do it. But I'm watching I am watching the fruit of her faith right now. As a matter of fact, I got to find out on Thanksgiving. Mm-hmm. I found out about 5 minutes. You said, yes, I did. I wrote it down. Come on. And look at my grandbaby here. With one ovary and one fallopian tube, and it got a cyst on it. Come on. Listen, it's real. The power of the tongue. You said it's a boy because they love their mama more than anyone. Listen. I'm trying to tell you. Said in 83. Listen, you said that has to be a beautiful thing as a mom to see fruit of her faith. Yes, God can do all things. He can. Come on, and I see him move. And that's my miracle baby. Y'all realize that's my miracle baby, right? She's the miracle baby. She's the one I showed y'all the inside of her skull. And because see, this goes even. Do you mind if I tell your story, little girl? You need to tell it. But when she went through her situation when she was 10 years old, they asked me, did they want me to freeze her egg? She was only 10 years old. Because of the radiation and stuff that she was about, she is a miracle and her baby is a miracle. Do you hear me? But she's a miracle for a number of reasons, because even when I was pregnant with her, I got into a bad car accident. I kept telling my doctor something was wrong. Something, he was like, yeah, your uterus is tired. You had too many dang kids back to back, right? When I delivered her, half of her amniotic sac had turned black already. It was already deteriorating. The doctor paid me out of his pocket. Plus, I got some money from my settlement, because if in 4 minutes she could have ripped away, my uterus could have ripped away, my amniotic sac. So she's a miracle, and her baby is a miracle for a number of one ways. But guess what her name means? Her name means God is answered. Because remember, they told me I would never have no kids. They told my mama I wouldn't have no kids when I was very young. They told her I had a 97% chance of never having children. That's what they told my mother. Okay? So then I had 4, but every last one of my children, I almost died having them. Okay? When I had her, got into a very bad car accident, and they had me upside down in the hospital on magnesium to keep me from going in. I went through all of that with her. Then she goes through life, and she goes through her own thing. So miracle, miracle, baby. But I told y'all, like, it was the same thing with my mama. She kept telling the doctor she was pregnant, and they kept telling her up until she was like 5 months that she wasn't. They kept saying, no, ma'am, we know you think you pregnant. She said, you're not going to tell me. I know what's going on. They took blood, they took urine, and I was one of them kids that was hidden. Hello. So it's a real thing. You said, same with me. They took my left, and I had my 2 boys with the grace of God. I'm trying to tell you. They kept telling my mama she wasn't pregnant. No. And then they told me I wouldn't have none. You hear me? So the hiding kid, I think she would have got rid of me though. I think if she could have got to me early, she'd have sent me back. I don't know. I think she'd have sent me back. She is the one purple star. I think she'd have sent me back on home. You said no one can tell if God say yes, that part. You said T.I. dreamed about Prima, her right eye glows. She was healing a lot of people in a dream. This baby? Girl, let me take a picture of that. What? Are you serious, Isabel? You know her name means God is answered. What? Fatty, do you see that? I mean, Ellie, do you see what she said? Did you see what she said? She said, Thea, I dreamed about Prima. Her right eye glows. She was healing a lot of people. I dreamed that 3 months ago. Which one of your eyes is it? It's your right eye or your left? I don't remember, girl. It's your right? Is it your right or your left? I don't remember. It's been 10 years ago. It's your right? Oh, my goodness, girl. Y'all hear that? Isabel had a dream. Oh, Fatty, you hear that? That's the one I told y'all people used to try to use my baby as a slot machine because she'll pray, and the stuff that she'll pray would happen when she was little. Didn't they? People would come and try to butter her up. And because with this girl, she would go sit in the water and pray, and baby, instantly, whatever it was coming to pass. People used to try to use my baby. Didn't they? I said, y'all not about to keep using my baby as no slot machine. No, thank you. She would go and pray, and it would come to pass. And her name means God is answered. That's what her name means. So crazy. Aw, Fatty. Yeah. Yeah, Isabel, that's crazy. So y'all be in my kids' business too? Not y'all be in my kid business too, down. I thought it was bad enough y'all be in. Oh, okay. So we family for real. Y'all just nosy as y'all want to be down, just playing. That's a blessing. I remember when you said that God still made the light bend. He sure did. You said, I remember when you said God still made the light bend around her eye to where she can see, something like that. That is the truth. That is the truth. I showed y'all her eye. Are you still in here? I'll wait till you leave out, little girl. She might have already left out. Yeah. The light is bent around her, around the issue. And they said it's medically impossible. And in the back of her eye, one of her eyes is pink and one of them is white. Oh, okay, never mind. Going on then. Or are you okay with us just talking about you? I don't know how you feel about this. You a medical married. I already told you we was gonna have to tell the testimony, so it is what it is. I don't know how you feel about it, but we telling it. Okay. Yeah. It literally, it she. I told y'all when she was, you was, we. It was like one of your last appointments. She went in there and she said, "Mom, I had a dream and God showed me I'm gonna be able to see." She was only 10 or 11, and I said, "I believe it." She wrote down that she was gonna be, and before we went to Disney, she could see. And they said it was medically impossible that that's not supposed to happen. And God bent light around her issue, just like He did in the lower regions. You see what I'm saying? Because you got to think about it. For pregnancy to happen, the light got to be in there. We studied that. Remember? We studied the light explosion, the iron and zinc and whatever, the zinc and whatever else. The light happened in the darkness the same time. Oh, okay. Because the same situation that was up top is in the bottom. God said, my light gonna get all the way through there. Don't worry about it. You said the devil said if I couldn't get it here, I was gonna try to get it here. He said, oh no, that ain't gonna happen. We ain't gonna be able to do none of that. Hello. Yeah. So if you don't believe that God can do it, here's a miracle. If she's a miracle child and her child is a miracle child as well. Hello. Mm-hmm. She did used to pray in the water. You said Adam did that too. Yeah, she would go take a bath and pray. And she was little. Since she was a little kid, she would do that. She would go sit in the tub and she would say, Mommy, what you want me to pray for? I said, girl, pray that God give us a new house or a car or whatever it is. And then other people started to see that it worked. She would go sit in the tub. And I'm talking about instantly them prayers. She'd say, God. Because I used to go in the bathroom and be like, who you talking to? She said, Mommy, I'm talking to God. I said, oh, okay. And I closed the bathroom door. She'd be in there talking. I mean, she was little. And she used to talk to God in the tub always. Yep, she would talk to Him always in the tub or in the shower. And whatever she prayed for, baby, it used to come. Do you hear me? Sure did. That's why I told all my kids, make sure you're looking at the names that you name your children, that they have a good name. Because even my name has everything to do with my life. All of my kids, all of their names have everything to do with their life right now. Everything to do with their life. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I did say I rebuked that. She will be able to see. And she can. I'm trying to tell you what it is. Listen. So maybe this is why we had to go all the way off subject. Okay? Somebody in here needs to know that God can still work a miracle. And He just showed you today that He can. Eliana. You said, yep, Diana, Dean rebuked curses they tried to put on her. I sure did. I rebuked all the curses. I told y'all they told me nothing. They told me my son had alpha thalassemia or sickle cell. I said, I'm not receiving none of that. Not that there's anything wrong with it. I'm just telling y'all. That's what they told my son. I said, yeah, I won't. I'm not accepting any of that. And he was very sickly his first year, too. He was always sick. I said, I'm not receiving that. Hey, Pumpkin. Oh, hey. I just realized. Okay, got it. Hey, so, hi. So with my son, they try to tell me that. I said I'm not receiving any of that. With my oldest daughter, it wasn't too much going on with her. With my other daughter, they said that she had. They thought she had Down syndrome. Not that there's anything wrong with it. I'm just telling you. They kept doing all the testing, and they thought she had Down syndrome, and it was something else. With her, she was low weight and all of this kind of stuff, and just all the stuff that they said, like when I was first coming here, I didn't receive any of it. They tried to like put certain things, and I'm not saying there's anything wrong. I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with that. I'm saying you don't have to accept their diagnosis. Before you let them say yes it is, do you go to God and say, are you sure? Now I'm not saying he don't choose and this and that, but did you? They do, because if they can get your baby on medicine, and because they know we don't know, then they'll do whatever they want to. I promise you. You said yes, they offered you an abortion for her. I said no, exactly. Exactly, because Jesus is the living water. This part, listen. And I'm not saying there's anything wrong with either of those things, but I'm telling you sometimes what they do. And that all of a sudden, but think about this too. We talked about the blood that is taken from our children when they're first born. And think about how many diagnoses don't develop until the baby is like 0 to 6 months. But shouldn't that stuff still be in their blood and all of this kind of stuff in the beginning? So it makes you wonder about a lot of the different things that go on, especially if a lot of the doctors is witches and warlocks. Witches and warlocks a lot of time is handing out sickness. Not now, folks be talking about they good witches, bad witches, whatever. But we know something gonna go on with somebody's health, right? And I just learned recently that babies, the reason that they want them, it's a number of reasons, but it's like a blank slate, right? It's a blank slate. And I've heard other things, because even in what's the name, it talks about that. Pumpkin. He said she believed and would pray in the water. The Holy Spirit, like the steam, flows through them. Listen, the stream, right? And she had already been baptized in Jesus' name too. You said, can my father, who has type 2 diabetes, and my mother, who has been diagnosed with Alzheimer's and dementia, osteoarthritis, be prayed for? Can y'all pray for their deliverance? Of course, of course, of course. All right, y'all. Our someone you know, he's asking for prayer for his father, who has type 2 diabetes, his mother, who has been diagnosed with Alzheimer's and dementia. Now, I know that they said Alzheimer's is something with sugar in the brain. So you start doing some research with that, right? They said Alzheimer's and dementia, one is too much sugar in the brain, one is not enough. And then with your father, you can have him go see an endocrinologist and have them take a test of his tissues to find out which metal his pancreas is giving off, and that should help get that down to whatever, because it's like chrome or something like that his pancreas is giving off too much or too little of that metal. You got to go to an endocrinologist, and they gonna tell you no, go get a second opinion. And because I have a homegirl, she's pre-diabetic now. Like, it's a lot of, you said dementia is another form of diabetes. Exactly. Mm-hmm. 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 It's too much sugar or not enough sugar or whatever else it is. Diabetes is too much sugar in the pancreas. Dementia is too much sugar in the brain. Here we go. Right? And then, yeah. You said, I just learned all this can be reversed by what we eat. Exactly. And they're not going to tell you that, because it's the Food and Drug Administration. They'll give you the food. Yes. I love our people too, Purple Star. Yep. Yep. You said you got to go vegan. Some folks do. That's from eating late night. You have to go to bed on an empty stomach, not full of food. Exactly. That's what breaking your fast is. Breakfast in the morning. Don't y'all love our class? Do you? We don't stay on schedule because this class go where it need to go. I'm not drinking no okra water, but they said okra water. I won't be drinking that. Mm-mm. I just had a DKA. What is it? Scared this past weekend and was hospitalized. What's that? They was trying to get me down. I rebuked it in the name of Jesus. What is that? I don't know what that is, sister. You said, yes, we are praying for deliverance and healing. I'm trying to tell you. Oh, diabetic ketosis. Okay, I don't know what that is. You know, I'm going to have to go look it up. He said, I've been researching and doing a lot of changes with diet, trying to cure my large kidney stones. I can't afford surgery. Listen, did y'all go looking at stuff? You said ulcerative colitis. Do you be thinking a lot of mean thoughts, goddess? Well, maybe change that name too. You know, goddesses, the people, like, do you be thinking a lot of crazy thoughts? Are you nervous a lot? Because stomach ache. You said, I have a laborer that has a diabetic dementia. I told him for years to take his meds. If he wasn't going to take his meds, he needed to take bitter melon. He didn't now. He's hospitalized. It's the people. Listen. Right. Because the gods and goddesses was messed up around here. Not trying to be funny, and if you think about it, like you kind of like, right? Like he don't really care for them that much. And a lot of the stuff that happened to them happened in their flesh. Yeah, I can't tell you what to do, but names have power. They do. A severe diabetes complication where the body lacking insulin breaks down fat for energy, producing acidic ketones that build up in the blood, leading to, in a mental health facility, having good days and bad days. This has truly affected his family. No way, auntie. See. Okay. Yeah. Because the gods and goddesses, he didn't too much care for them that much. He didn't. Lion Mane helps with dementia and Alzheimer's. Look at this class. High five. It's the smartest class on the planet. I don't care what nobody say. Do you hear me? This is the smartest class on the planet right here. And I'm so happy to be a part of it. Who remembers we talked about the information that we were going to share that was going to help the people around us that we never even met? Fish oil helps with the brain. My dad be taking fish oil too. That's crazy. My dad died from dementia, diabetes, running the family. She was never diagnosed with diabetes. We learned a lot over here, and I'm grateful for it. We learned a lot about faith, leading to symptoms like extreme thirst, frequent urination, nausea, fatigue, and fruity smelling breath, requiring immediate hospital treatment. Cod liver oil and ivermectin too. Look it. Don't forget to take a trip down Solomon Way too. Hello. The Testament of Solomon, remember they was telling us about some of the demons that be coming against us. And some of this stuff is in there. He said, I take Lion Mane every morning and it helps my memory from being foggy. Oh, I might have to get some of that then. Because, baby, this menopause, y'all see, I be like, y'all can see I'm getting deeper into the menopause because I used to be able to just get it. Now, baby, it don't be there. I'll be like, Lord, bring it. Because that foggy brain stuff is real. You said I got diagnosed with DKA recently, too. I was in ICU for 5 days. Really? With IV fluids, insulin, and electrolyte replacement to correct the chemical imbalance. Look at this. I love this place. Gotta do it. did not know, Bishop. Really? Now, who knew that? I'm going to leave that because that's telling my business, but I did not know that. Interesting. I'll be right back. This. What? Come on, get to a part. The part West Morgan. That ain't the version I wanted, but we gonna do it. Welcome into this place. You hear me? It's not your average place. This is not a church. This is a school. And you never know what you're gonna learn. And yes, we flip back and forth and we be all over the place because we don't just learn about one thing over here. Well, we're around it because we want God to send us wherever we need to be. Hello. Do you hear me? It's a lot of people that have been healed over here for a number of reasons. Right? A lot of people. And I'm grateful for that. My daughter being one of them. Actually, a few of my daughters, actually. And my son. Y'all done pray for all my kids. He said, I love you, I love y'all, and we're going to make these prayers go straight up to God in Jesus' name. Yeah. But do you see what being in a positive place does? Y'all do realize that WOIU is like the opposite of what we see in a lot of places online. Y'all realize that? At a time when social media influencers are making people unalive themselves and the people in the communities are making people sicker or encouraging them to do things that are making them worse, this is a place where pretty much everybody that come here get better, even the kids. Okay, y'all, sometimes it be so much info that it gets overwhelming, but I'm looking into it. Oh yeah, just come back to the class and go through the notes. They do that. They don't care about overwhelming you with stuff. Ask me, y'all know. They don't care about that. They're going to give you every answer you need, and it's about 100 of them. I used to have to tell them, hey, okay, that's enough. That's one thing about our community. Baby, they're going to give you all the information you need. You'll be looking for a good 6 months with all the information they have. I'm trying to tell you. They're going to give you all of it. Just get used to that. Yep, you're going to have to come back and just watch and then, because they don't care about none of that. they gon' because they want you to know. You family now, so just come on in. I'm trying to tell you. Just come on in. Yep, they're going to give you all the information you didn't even know you wanted. Yep, they do it a lot around here. Screenshot it all, right, and go back and get it, because I promise they do. Y'all, you said, listen, they going to give you all the information, even if you don't want it, they going to give it to you. It be good though, cause later you be like, oh, okay, I already had the answer sitting right here. My cousin gave it to me. Yeah, they gonna give you all the answers you need every time. Every time. Listen, very grateful. You hear me? I love y'all. I really do. I really, really do. And I believe that God moves in mysterious ways in this place. And it's not the normal, what people are used to. I'm happy it's not. Because I feel like people wouldn't be able to be as real if it was. If this would have felt like church when y'all came over here, not saying it don't be, but because it's school, you feel more comfortable, right? And because we talk about, like my baby said, we talk about all kinds of stuff. Stuff that the church won't talk about, stuff that, Like, even to find out that we living on and we knew we was living, electrical grid and all of this stuff, but to know that the energy and the magnetic field and all of those different things, we couldn't study this stuff in church. But it makes sense because we don't only live in the spirit. We live in the flesh as well. Now, we're not supposed to let our flesh rule us, right? We're not supposed to let the flesh rule us. Excuse me. But we do live in the flesh. And it's about controlling the flesh and keeping the flesh under subjection. But our spirit, there are things, think about this. The Bible says that we fight not against flesh and blood, but against the principalities, right? We don't fight against flesh and blood. Well, spirits are energy and they move on magnetic fields. We've seen that a million times. Think about how many times in the movies you see the demons moving on the electrical line. Or wherever the demon is going, the lights is blowing out. Boom, 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 boom. The demon walking down the street or going through the light bulbs. Or when they're coming towards the people, the lights is blowing out. That's energy. That's electricity. That's power. And you can't see the being, but you see the lights going. Now, you said now the dandelion root mentioned by Diana helps. Oh, okay. Y'all over there doing your doctor stuff. Got it. I ain't going to be in their business. Listen. And did you hear what Auntie said? She kept telling her laborer to take his medicine and hit. Listen, this is. You said I have tea every now and then. Listen, I'm gonna stay out y'all business over there because I see y'all got stuff going on. But if you are looking for a miracle, God's still handing them out. Who believes that? If you're looking for a miracle, if you're looking for God to do something big in your life, He's still handing out miracles. He ain't quit handing out miracles just because the world is crazy. He's still handing them out every day. Every day. He's still handing them out. Don't matter what it look like. It don't matter what the doctors say. It don't matter. He's still handing them out every day, girl. You said, I'm looking for a miracle. Come on. Come. Expecting the impossible. Play that song this evening. Y'all remember that? We used to all have to sing it in the church choir when we was a kid. Everybody rocking the same way and clapping off beat. Whose report will you believe? Come on. We used to have to sing that in Sunday school too. You said I sure am. Yes. Yes. Play them songs. We don't play that stuff no more. But guess what? Whatever you put in here, it's vibrating out into, it's the energy you putting out, right? It is. It's the energy you putting out. You need a miracle? You need to be listening to every song about one. How he did it. How they said he wasn't going to do it and it came. That's the music you put on. I'm looking for a miracle. Expecting the impossible. Come on. Is that not... Look. Supernatural is what? We didn't talk about this a gazillion times. Supernatural is something humans can't do. And what is a miracle? Something a human can't do. That means it's out of the realm of the flesh. Hello. Hello. The only real miracle worker is God. Now, he can use you to be a part of a miracle, but he the only miracle worker. He can change matter. He can bend light. He can do whatever he want to do. It's just, do you believe that he can do it? Whatever that is. Whatever that is. Listen, I told y'all, I live miracle to miracle, literally, and have since I was 11 years old. The sky is the limit. Come on. Yes. Yeah, you said we have to teach our little ones the songs we sang. Right. Come on. You said my birth was a miracle. Mom's was in a coma and I still made it. Are you serious? Come on. It's a lot of miracle people over here. Y'all hear that? Her mama was in a coma and she's... That's what's going... Oh, my goodness. That's what's going on. Oh, T. Y'all hear that? That's what's going on right now with these other... OMG. Y'all hear that? She said her mom was in a coma and she still made it. The other women, that's not happening to them right now. And we've seen what, oh my goodness. It's a lot of miracles over here. Anybody else a miracle baby or anything? You said my laborer has to retire now. His wife shared that he kept going missing. Only shared that with me when they couldn't find him. They were being deceitful despite that I'm praying for his healing. Auntie, didn't we talk about it? It be the very people you be trying to help that be being deceitful with you. You like, are you serious? You do realize that I'm literally going to God for you. Are you crazy? Auntie, I do understand. And do. Mm-hmm. And do. It's nuts. It be nuts. Or definitely be praying for their family. That's crazy. Listen, I'm just gonna say this. And I heard that boy tell you to be quiet. Tell him don't be talking crazy to my niece. That's a miracle too. You hear me? That's another miracle. I said no, he didn't tell her to shh. He sure did. See, sometimes we be asking for stuff and don't even realize what we asking for. Now he be letting you know, hey girl, I'm doing something over here. You need to quiet down now. You said I also had heart issues, but it never stopped me from running track or miles. My name means God's child. I am. That's crazy because that's my baby too. That's so crazy. That is crazy. She literally ran. Now you starting to scare me. She ran a marathon like she wasn't even out of treatment 2 days. And she said, no, Mom, I want to do it. I said, okay. That's crazy. I love how our he is your miracle. Talking crazy. My miracle be talking crazy to me too. Listen. He said, yep, doctors told my parents to abort my twin. Really? And because it was a chance we wouldn't make it because she was born with hydrocephalus. Listen. That's water on the brain, right? Hydrocephalus is water on the brain. Okay, because I know somebody that had that. Listen to this. Do you see? Probably all of us in here in one way or another are a miracle. You said that's what my son has, a Goshen. Interesting. So you were born preemies. Look here. You said my daughter was born with a heart murmur and valve issues, was told she needed surgery. She was born with sickle cell trait. She healed without surgery and is my fastest healing child. Wow, a VP shunt. Okay. Interesting. Y'all don't think this is a powerful class? It's somebody in here that might be peeking in from the outside that needed to hear this. And maybe they haven't voiced what they are going through here. But I'm trying to tell y'all something. You said I was supposed to be born with Down syndrome and also not expected to make it to my 5th birthday. Now I'm 32. Come on. So they told my mom my twin wouldn't leave the hospital, but God let her see almost 11 years. Come on. Your brother has a VP shunt. Look, Rika, did y'all know this? Isabel, did you know? Look at this. So it's just walking miracles everywhere around. Is that what y'all telling me? If it ain't you, it's your kid. If it ain't your kid, it's your brother, your sister, your cousin, your mom. Look at this. This is why you can't be scared to tell what you're going through, because somebody else need to hear it. Interesting. You said when my daughter had her daughter, she was born with a cyst in her head. Will you tell me? You said lay her hands and pray for her. I put that oil on her. Prayed for her and she went to the doctor. And the doctor said the cyst was no longer in her head. Come on. Me too, Antoinette. Interesting. You prayed for her and the cyst gone? Come on with it. You said one of my granddaughters had her umbilical cord in a figure 8. When she was born healthy. Come on. Come on. You said she wasn't able to get a shunt until she was like 3, so she basically just had a brain stem, but she still lived to be 11. Come on. And you don't believe God's still handing down miracles. This is why you cannot be scared to tell your testimony, no matter how crazy, no matter how grueling, no matter, you have to tell it. You said, Jai, your daughter and me, I had a heart murmur and sickle cell trait, and I'm healed and healthy now. Come on, look it. Look it. And you don't want to be a part of this class. What's wrong with you? At 15, they found a spot on my brain. They found a spot on, and tried to claim it was cancerous. I lost feeling on my whole right side. They admitted me to operate, but when they scanned again, it was gone. You said, and I was straight on the text with the sisters about what's going on with me. Come on, Rika. You said it was gone, and I walked out of there with my right side feeling back. Come on, listen, it's okay. You all right? We were just talking about all of this stuff about geomancy and all of that. You said they swore she was deaf and blind, but trust, she knew who was found and who wasn't. This part. This is why I tell y'all. You said, but I'm in class right on time. Come on, is listen. And I'm happy you okay, sis. I'm happy you are all right. I'm telling you. You said she couldn't walk or talk. Listen, I'm happy you okay. Seriously. Because I know how it is, and you got your babies and all that kind of stuff. Like, it'd be hard to be in a hospital when you got stuff to do. Listen, why are y'all trying to end my live when it's getting good? I'll be right back, y'all. But y'all know what? I think this is one of the reasons why our space is so amazing. You hear me? I think this is why our space is so amazing. Because we get to see miracles pretty much every day here. It's been very few days where we haven't heard about a miracle that has happened. And it don't have to be a miracle to you, but it's a miracle to somebody else in here. It's a miracle to somebody else in here. It's a miracle. I'm grateful. You said I almost lost my son in 3 months, ended up 10 pounds and 3 ounces too big to come out of every contraction. Was stopping his heart, had an emergency C-section. This child is genius. No cap, he's gifted by God. Oh, I believe it. That be the ones the devil be trying to stop from being here. That's the issue. I told y'all. First he hit me, then when my mama was wheeling into the hospital, I guess I was like coming out and could have hit the floor. It's a real thing. And then I showed y'all all my hand got cut into all them pieces, got burned. I done got burned on my leg. My eye almost got put out. Baby, listen, they told me I get it. That's why I don't let nobody tell me, because they told my mama I probably wouldn't be able to use my hand and all of this stuff. And y'all see it builds furniture and everything. Hello. Just like we all came together to pray for my friend with the cancerous tumor in her head, and she's completely healed. Come on. It's a lot of miracles. Think about it, y'all. 4 years? It's a lot of, it's people that came back from the almost afterlife over here. And they up and walking around. It's people that hadn't walked and couldn't see. It is so many miracles that have really happened here. Ain't no magic, ain't no crystals, it's pure prayer to the Creator and the Savior, and that's it. And we don't even live, a lot of us, in the same states. But you can't have this many people going to God for one person and God don't hear. Hello. You said, listen, something is happening in my life, and I had a dream about my partner. He's having a child, and now we're up here talking about these miracles, God. I'm going to say, it's okay, Dad. Here we go. The power of God is here. I told you. I said, this is not fake over here, honey. Ah! You said my mom tried to overdose from depression the day she got her stomach pumped. Found out I was there. Wow. Listen, this is definitely the place to be. I'm so grateful. Listen, but this is why you can't be scared to tell your testimonies. You cannot be scared to tell what God did for you. He said, scar on my eye because I wouldn't lead them streets. Listen. It's a real thing. And when you tell what God healed you from or your children from, then somebody else know that God can heal their family. They can heal their child, their grandchild, their husband, their mama, their daddy, their cousin. Like, whatever it is. You said exactly. The angels walked me to the urgent care, and they wondered how I got there by myself. Listen, I already know how it go. I'm telling y'all right now. I done had some baby experiences. You'll be like, wait, what? I done told y'all a lot of them. It's a real, and I don't care who believe it, because supernatural is not. That's how it's supposed to be. It's a supernatural blessing, and I didn't have to go to the devil to get it. Hello, I'll be right back. And the only thing that it cost me was prayer. That's it. All right, y'all. Everybody that got a medical prayer request, you don't have to tell us what it is, right? You said that was me with OD, and right after I found out I was pregnant with my tubes being tied and clamped. Still there when she delivered, and she's not. You always come in here talking that crazy stuff, T. The class was going fine, and then you came in here cussing at me. It's a blessing, but you still cussing at me. Why you got to talk like that? No, I'm just playing. No, I'm playing. I'm playing. I am joking. She always come in here talking about getting pregnant with the tubes being tied and clamped. I just don't understand. It is a miracle, but why we always got to talk about it? You just always want to make me nervous, don't you? Goodness gracious. Every time. No, that's a blessing. It is. It is a blessing. That baby was supposed to be here, but she gonna cuss at me every time. Why do you do that? I'm sorry. That's why I didn't say nothing until she said, okay. You just gonna do it every time. I don't even be wanting to. Look now. Oh, Jesus. Girl, listen. Yeah. It's a blessing, and I'm happy she 9. You heard me? But why you always gotta cuss at people like that? From a car accident, I was the passenger and saw the car coming. Thought he was gonna stop, but he didn't stop. He kept on going. Listen. He said, on my mother's deathbed, she told me whenever I'm scared or feel weak, call Jesus. It's a power in his name. And she passed right away. Right now, everybody say Jesus, Jesus, and watch how he move. I'm trying to tell you in real life. So listen, anybody that has a prayer request, medical first, okay? Not that that's whatever, but this is what came to my mind when I went to the bathroom. Anybody that has a prayer request, I need you to put a hand in here for medicine. We gonna do the other stuff too, But if you have a medical prayer request, whether it's for you or somebody else, I need you to put your hand up. Okay? Just put your hand up. Okay? And we gonna collectively pray for anybody in here. Okay? Y'all, we putting our hands together, and tonight when we pray, okay? Tonight when you pray before you go to sleep, even though you can't see everybody's names on both sides, I need you to ask God for every single person that held their hand up for a medical miracle, for God to come see them. Okay? You hear me? So you pray for them, and then you pray for your situation. You hear me? Whether it's your family member, you, whoever. Tonight, thank you, Jesus. Tonight, I need you to ask God to visit them, to visit the cells in their body. Okay? The cells. To replenish the cells, whatever they are. Okay? Because it starts in the cells. We know this. Okay? You pray for them first, and then you pray for yourself. And say, God, everybody that had their hand raised, even though I don't know everybody's name, I don't know it. You don't have to know. God knows. Okay? If you have an issue, throw yourself in there afterwards. Girl, listen. And this is the thing, right? He said when you pray in your secret space, right? Go in your prayer closet and make your request known. This is why I didn't say we're not going to do this corporate prayer. Because he going to hear each one of us individually. All of us ain't going to bed at the same time. Some of us might go to bed at 9:30. Some may go to bed at 10:30. Some people might not go to bed till 2. Well, guess what? It's going to be waves of prayer for everybody that raised their hand. Now, if you have a financial situation or another situation, marriage, children, whatever it is, a issue of the heart and mind, and what I mean by that is, it's a situation that's on your heart and on your mind, I need you to raise your hand. You ain't got to tell us is what it is. I just need you to raise your hand. If it's finances, whatever it is, if it's your children, your marriage, whatever, relationships, job, I need you to raise your hand. That's the second thing. Not that it's not as important, because they're equally important. But tonight, and not but like whatever, but like and, okay? The second thing I'm going to ask you to pray for is, God, go visit the people that raised their hand that had a financial situation, whatever it is, because y'all, for real, we all going through stuff. Okay? But when you pray tonight, ask God, every single person, God, that raised their hand, deliver to them what they need. Go visit them. Okay? Visit their heart, visit their mind, visit the situation. Hello? He said, I'm going to stay up till 3. I'm going to stay up till 5. From 11 to 5, I'm going to be praying for us. Listen. Because we didn't already see when we all go to God, he moves. As a collective. And we don't got to do no super loud prayer on here and all of that. And God still moves. Does he not? We don't do collective prayer here. We don't do community prayer, do we? We don't do community prayer. We don't pray all here together, all that. We don't do none of that. We all go into our secret closets. And God still moves for us. Half of these people, we don't be knowing their names, but that don't mean we ain't part of their story. Hello? Because our prayers went up for them, and we are part of their story. He don't play about us and don't. We don't want to sound like no symbols. We want to go in our closet and say, God, everybody that raised their hand for their medical, please come see their body. Touch the cells in their body. To everybody else that have a matter of the heart and mind, God, we need you to go see them this evening. He saw all the hands. He know each and every last one of our situations. Because I didn't put my hand up there, but I'm going to put my hand up now. Because I got some stuff going on with my own self. My eyes is getting real crazy. Hello. Scary crazy, but we just gonna move on. You hear me? So put CERCA in the medical part and on the issues of her heart and all that. Put me on that side too. I need to be on both sides. Now, y'all ain't got to say specifically me. Just I'm a part of everybody that raised their hand, okay? You felt it already. Listen, it's a real thing. I be going through stuff, sis. I be going through a lot of stuff, and I be here by myself, right? And I don't be going to burden my kids and nobody else because everybody got stuff going on. I just, you know. So we all got stuff. I got a thing in my throat right here. You hear me? Ooh. We never know how God gonna move in these situations. You hear me? And I'm grateful. I'm grateful for every time we have a testimony service. I'm grateful that you all are not scared to talk about what y'all be going through here. None of us are perfect, and I'm happy that we don't have to fake and be, because then we can actually get some help. We can actually go to God and get what we need from Him. And every single day that we come here, somebody has a good testimony about something. Whether it be that they made it through a trying a tribulation or whatever else it is, how God blessed them, how He's helped them get clean or stay clean, or even if they fell and went back, they walking again. Like the community that God gave us, I don't care. I don't think it's none out here like this. It's something similar. But this community right here, and I'm not saying it like, oh, we better. No, I be in other chat rooms. I be in other places. This place is different. It is. It is. It is a different place. Altogether, 100%, it's a different place. Yeah. And God is still, listen, you said I came in at the right time. Pray for me on both sides. Come on, you got to raise your hand. You got to put your hand up like this, Adam. We got you. See? See? Do you see how he said put me in on both sides? You hear me? To God be the glory. Come on. Listen, folks is coming in like, oh, I came in right on time. Yeah, I got my hand up too. I need to put me in on both sides. That part. Hello. You can come over here and get some real prayer. You said hands and feet. Come on. Come on. I don't want to be in a place where God is not moving. And that's not saying we all sanctified and all of this. We are working our salvation out every single day. But I don't want to be in a place, you said it is done. Come on. I don't want to be in a place where God is not moving. We've been here 4 years. He ain't stopped moving yet. Right? Some of y'all been here, well, we going on 4. About the end of next month, something like that, it'll be 4. We right at 4 years. He ain't quit moving since we been here. LaRon said, I need something. Praise God for y'all. Put me on both sides too. We got you, Kenny. Listen, but everybody can be on both sides if you need to. If you can be on whatever side you want. You can be on one or the other. But listen, I'm trying to minds up for matters of the heart for me and my daughter. Come on. Listen, and you got to think, you said I'm getting chills. The Lord moving and has been moving in here. Come on. Listen. He said, oh yeah, this what I like. This the kind of stuff that get him moving. This is the stuff that get him. You got to think. God know how many people in here. He know every single situation. You can't have him. This all of us coming together on one accord in waves of prayer. Come on. And again, we are all in each other's books. You don't have to know their name. You don't have to know their situation. Just know God. You're going to believe the same way God comes through for you. He's going to come through for everybody that raised their hand, whichever side they on, the medical side or matters of the heart. You hear me? And mine. You said where 2 or 3 come together. Come on. And join together. We right here. We right here. And guess what? We been right here. It's not 1 week that we don't see miracles. Even the ones y'all don't tell us about. Do you understand? Some stuff we forget because just life is happening. There's been too many miracles here to record. Don't forget the emails I done got about this and the messages from way back in the beginning in 22. We couldn't even record all of the miracles. It's some people that ain't even here no more. Their sight got healed and all this kind of stuff. There's no way we could record all of the physical healing, the financial healing, the mental healing, the matters of the heart healing, all of that. People's minds have been healed. Do y'all realize that we had a lot of people in here that had schizophrenia? They don't no more. Do you hear me? Bipolar, all of that. People have been healed of all sorts of things, drug addictions, all kinds of stuff. I'm trying to tell y'all. You said, and we touch and agree for healing in the mighty name. I'm trying to tell you. And do. And is. You said it's touching. Do you all feel these chills? And do. You see, I got this robe on. Listen. And do. God is still alive and moving. It's just, do you believe he could do it? Do you hear me? And y'all know I don't let nobody in my live. My baby asked me that. She said, Mom, when you go live, can I tell him? I said, today? God knew what he was doing. He knew what he was doing. He knew exactly. That's why I said sometimes when I come on here, I don't know what I'm going to talk about. Sometimes he tell me, sometimes we get this. And it's always the times where he really don't give me nothing to talk about that the class end up being like this. I love these testimony services. I do. I be needing them too. I do. But that's why we ain't faking our walk with Christ. We walking this out for real. You said we prayed for me and no more chemo. 2.5 years now. Come on, Trina. Bow. You said what? You heard that? She said, we prayed for me and no more chemo. 2.5 years. Oh, okay. Ah, you said you don't want to be a part of this? Well, don't. Don't then, baby, because folks is getting healed over here. You hear me? Babies is getting healed. Babies that couldn't talk is talking, and not just one, several. Hello, the doctor said they nonverbal. God said, oh, no, not really. Touch that mouth and say speak. Hello. Eyes is open. Folks is walking. Baby, they said they ain't going to do nothing. You said who? You said what? Oh, they up. They moving. Hello. Folks was in comas. And what you call it? When the hospice, baby, they up out of hospice. What you mean? Doctor said it ain't gonna be nothing, baby. We went down on our knees. They up, walking, alive, working, everything. Who? Above all that we could ask for or think, and he do it all the time. Do you hear me? He said, sis, start drinking holy basil. It will help with all your eye problems. You said like cataracts, glaucoma. Got it. I think it's another thing, but I got you. You said Pentecostal head shake. I got you. Wait a minute. Let me put my ponytail up. Hold on. You know I got you. Don't even worry about it. You said we do it. I got you. Hold on. You said, look, I was scared to answer your bad thoughts question. I didn't think that they are that bad. Thank you for being a safe space. Yes, because that causes acid in your stomach. Negative emotions cause your body to, remember we looked into it. But let me, oh man, I ain't got my thing. We gonna have to do it like, yeah, I ain't got my ponytail. Hold on. I got my, hold on. We got the Pentecostal handshake. Don't even worry about it. I ain't got my thing on. Let me see. Do I got one right here? Yep, I got one. I found it. Never mind. I got you. Hold on. I got you. Mm-hmm. You said you running, Rika. Go on and run. You said what? You got to. Listen. Because you know they going to shout it out, honey. Is. I don't even know where it went. Listen. This the thing, family. You said, yes, I remember researching acid reflux not too long ago, and anger was in the symptoms. Come on. Come on. In the synonyms. Come on. Come on. We researched which emotions are tied to our organs and all of that. It's a real, you said, you're 1,000% right. I've been learning to trust God and stop all that stressing. Here we go. Heal this. This a heal. Heal this. Remember we talked about disease is a what? What we talked about? And when we first started this and we first started going through, where do demons attack you? Here first. Okay. A disease is a dis-ease in your mind. Come on. A disorder in your mind. A dis-ease. So when your mind is at ease, your body heals itself. Even the Cancer Centers of America say this. We got to get your mind together, and then your mind will heal your body. Well, we know that's, God say renew your mind every morning. Hello? Don't take from yesterday today. Hello? You carry it over, it's going to make you sick. Hello? And it starts to affect your organs. We looked up in the Brothers of Joseph what affects your liver, hatred affects your liver, and all of these different things. We looked it up. This affects your gallbladder, this emotion, all of that stuff is in the lost books. A lot of it, I ain't gonna say all, but then if you get your Old Testament Pseudepigrapha, book 1, you said I was born with a heart condition called dilated cardiomyopathy, and I used to be sick, but now I'm barely sick. Come on, if you. And you might have just came in, but we had 2 or 3 other people saying they was born with a heart condition, valves, and sickle cell, and they healthy. Hear me. You said, yes, I hired a dietitian, and all she did was teach me to stop stressing and release negative energy. It works. Oh, yeah, I know. I know. And I do know that. Listen, this is why folks that always want to talk about negative stuff, they cannot stay around me. I got to go. Now, I'm not saying you can't vent, but if you stay around people that's always talking about negative stuff, your body literally starts to hurt. It could be your head. You start feeling weight on your shoulders. No, we're not doing all that. That's right. Science is starting to improve God's word. Thoughts influence your genetic code. And do, Kenny. And do. You said, okay, I can't take it anymore. I'm maxed out. All right. Come on. If you keep saying, I'm sick, what you gonna feel? I'm sick. That's like when you lie and tell your boss you sick, and then you really do get sick at the wrong time. It's a real thing. You spoke it. You lie and say you having car trouble, and you not, and then it happens. God said, whatever you speak, you gonna have. So do we talk? Right? I told y'all the story right before my grandma died. They was trying to do all this surgery on her eyes, and she said, no, God is going to heal my eyes. And she started touching her eyes, and nobody believed she could see it. And she went back to the doctor at 80-something years old, and they said, yeah, she got perfect eyesight. She don't need them glasses. She been wearing glasses my whole life. God healed her eyes right before she died. And my daddy and them, nobody believed her. She said God told her he was going to heal her eyes, and he did just that right before she died. Like, I think 6 months before she died, she could see perfectly. No glasses, no nothing. In real life. And she was like 80-something. She been wearing glasses. I was born when she was 40. She been wearing, thick glasses my whole life. And he healed her eyes. She said, God told me he was going to heal my eyes, so he told me to touch my eyes every day, and her eyes was healed. Yeah. You said so true. Friend keeps saying his tire was flat to get out of work. Then for 5 years, he kept getting flats. Oh, I know how it go. That's why I ain't about to tell you I don't feel, He said, I know it's said flippantly, but the negative person that used to be around me would actually make me sick. It's real. Oh, yeah. You said positive thoughts make God's positive results real. Yes. That's why I told y'all, listen, I'll tell somebody quick, no, you speak that over yourself. Don't speak that over me. You don't have to believe it for you, but I believe it for me. Hello. You don't got to believe nothing for me. That don't mean it ain't gonna happen. Do you understand? People be like, oh, that's not gonna happen for you. You're not really my friend, are you? Because every single thing that I've told you, you told me, I told you I'm gonna pray for you so that it could come to, and it did come to pass. But I can't get the same thing from you. As soon as I start telling you what I need from God, you can't go to God and pray for me. Oh, okay, well, good. That's good to know. Ooh. All right. I'm not going to say these demons' names, but we're going to go through the sicknesses that they cause. Y'all ready? Some of y'all already know. We on page 978, book 1. We just going to go through what they cause. So when you said if they can't pray with me or for me, can't be around me, I'm trying to tell you. So, one of the spirits, he says he causes temples to throb. That's headaches. Tension headaches. He said he caused the heads of men to suffer pain, and I cause temples to throb. The next one says, I cause men who reside in my time to have pains on the side of their head. So that could be a stroke, maybe. The next one says, I do damage to the eyes. Hello. One of them says, I attack throats. resulting in sore throats and mucus. I cause ears to have obstructions. Another one says I produce tumors of the parotid gland and a tetanic recurvation. Another one says I weaken the strength of the shoulders and deaden the nerves in the hand. That's carpal tunnel. One of them said I pervert the hearts and minds of men. Another one says I send forth colics into the bowels. One of them says I cause kidney pain, pain in the kidneys. Another one says I unleash fights and feuds in homes. Another one says I put dissensions into the minds of men, and I delight when I cause them to stumble. Another demon says I cause the loosening of tendons. Another one says I bring on chills and shivering and sore throat. Another one says I unleash shivering and numbness. Another one, I inflict incurable fevers on men and humans. Another one says I sit on the stomach of a man and cause convulsions in the bath, and on the street I find a man and make him fall to the ground. Another one says I separate wife from husband. Another demon says I inflict incurable fevers. Another one says I locate myself in the knees of men. So knee problems. I produce croup in infants. Another one says I inflict heart pain. Another one says I cause kidneys to suffer pain. Another one says I cause the ribs to suffer pain. Another one is I send gas and burning into the bowels. I make off with the minds and alter hearts. I cause men to suffer from diarrhea and hemorrhoids. I unleash insomnia. Another one says I unleash hysteria and cause pains in the bladder. This one says I bring on long-term illnesses. Swallowing of the fish bones. So I guess he causes you to swallow fish bones, which a lot of people choke. And it's like you can go through a fish, a bony fish, and try to pick out all of them, and it seems like you still find one. Hello. Hold on. Sorry, y'all was about to die. Okay. All right. Another one says I detach tendons. I cause sore throat and tonsillitis. I cause jealousies and squabbles between those who love each other. One of them says I cast the evil eye on every man. It says, but the much suffering. Oh, okay, that's something else. I hold a grudge against the body. One says, I demolish houses and I cause flesh to rot. Interesting, the flesh to rot. Ooh, gangrene and what's the name? Is that the last one? Okay, those are some of the main ones, and then there's some other ones for like babies and stuff like that, but those are the main ones. So if you're struggling with any of that stuff, some of it might be a spirit. I'm not saying it always is, but Solomon told God about the demons that cause sickness. So be mindful of that, that you can pray against the spirits of illness. And it's a true thing. Some things God do put on people to humble them and whatever else, but some stuff it do be demonic. And we know that, right? Mental illness and different things, a lot of it can be demonic. Some of it can be a chemical imbalance, but some of it is demonic too in real life. So I'm not going to keep y'all. We've been on here for 234 minutes. I didn't even think this class was going to be this long, but I do love y'all. And I don't know if we're going to have class tomorrow or not, because I know y'all got holiday things going on with your family. Some people probably traveling and stuff. So maybe I'll see y'all after the holiday. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. But I don't want to be in y'all face. I know y'all got families and stuff, and y'all traveling and eating and loving on folks and activities and all kinds of stuff. Thank you on my grandbaby. So look, now we got Granny's son, Etna, Emu, Cabbage Patch, and whatever this new baby is about to be. I love you. Oh, I'm so excited. Ah, yeah, Cabbage, and it's so crazy because all of them was born together. Y'all realize when I first met y'all, my grandson was only like 2 months old. Now he about to be 4, and it's about to be 5 grandkids. Y'all didn't watch. Like, I was newly a grandma when I met y'all. Newly. Like, I hadn't even held him in my arms yet because he was born on the West Coast. So, just like, girl, now I got 5. In just the time that I didn't know y'all. They popping them out quick, ain't they? I love y'all too. Yeah, I'm a whole grandma for real now. See, I was a new grandma when I met y'all. Now I'm a seasoned granny. You hear me? You said I have another one on the way too. Now we got them at the same time. Come on. Indeed. Congratulations. Oh, we got 2 circle. Well, we really got a lot of circle littles. Because Jason, Nikki is having, Neek, they having a baby. We got a lot of babies coming. Yeah. That part. Yeah, I'm excited. Girl, listen, Rika having another grandbaby too. You said you are our family, but you should be with your family too. I love you. I ain't about to be with nobody. I'm about to be in my bed. Girl, I'm not going nowhere. I already told him. I was there for Thanksgiving. I'm not ripping and running up and down the highway. I told y'all my car is tripping, baby. I'm not about to get stuck on the highway like I did last time. Ain't. Mm-mm. My little bucket is nearing her end, honey. Ah! Nope. I drive where I gotta go, and that's it. I don't be moving around nowhere, cause I'll be right here, and we'll in my bed. I love them. I ain't going nowhere. Mm-mm. Nope. I'm tired of ripping and running up and down the highways. I'm tired. I want to sit down somewhere. I didn't travel in these last 4 years a lot, more than I probably wanted to. I'll be right here. I love them. That's what video chat is for. Let me see y'all open up whatever y'all got them, and grandma gonna be right here in the bed. So I love y'all. If we do have class tomorrow, it'll probably be like what you call it, trivia or something. It's not gonna be nothing super heavy, okay? Because I know y'all spending time with your families and whatnot. So if we do have class, which I don't know, listen. If we do have class, I'm not doing that. Yeah. It'll be, you said, well, hop on if you feel like it, because I don't celebrate it no more. Me either. That's why I said I ain't really tripping. Right. Okay, well then we can get on here and we can go on a scavenger hunt then tomorrow, if the Lord say so. Yeah. Okay. Cool then. Sound good to me, and will. Because I didn't want to bother y'all to know what y'all was doing. Y'all know I ain't about to be doing nothing. Oh, okay, well then we can have a scavenger hunt tomorrow then. Oh, okay, well then we can have a scavenger hunt. Look at y'all. Y'all see where I think I done spent all these last holidays with y'all. You said I don't do paganism. Listen, I don't offend nobody, right? Folks got to come to it when they come to it. You said same. I'll either be driving home or already home. It's another day for me. This part. Okay, well then we can do a scavenger hunt tomorrow then. Okay. I don't know what time. Snacks and searching here for it. And we'll. I got you. Okay, then we good then. Well then let's have class tomorrow. We'll go on a scavenger hunt because we got all these books. I think I'm just gonna pick some random books and we just gonna get looking. Y'all want to? We just gonna pick some random books out of here because y'all done sent so many books. It's books. We just gonna pick some random books and just be looking like we used to do. Just picking random books. You said, yeah, I got a bunch of snacks. I'm chilling. Oh, okay, well then good. We'll do it. We'll do it. We just gonna get down through the library. It's gonna be like we in the librarian thing. We just gonna get to looking. Yeah, we gonna just go through here, look up some names and everything. Just go looking. Maybe we'll get some maps out and oh, y'all, we about to come up on our 4th year. I was trying to leave y'all with 6 months and he wouldn't let me. I was trying to leave y'all about 6. I said I got about 6 months of this internet stuff. Then I'm going back to my regular life of building furniture and stuff. Yep, I said this will fizzle out about 4 to 6 months. It'll be something else. He said, yeah, no. A friend brought dinner to my family. My heart is so. Come on, congratulations. Listen, Wait a minute, what I miss? I'm missing all kinds of stuff. What happened? What I miss? Okay, I missed something. What we saying congratulations for that I missed? He said, I've been in the shower over an hour watching this lawn care getting all this dye out. But I've been here, hey. You said, well, if it's possible to communicate, walkie talkies, listen. Oh, then we like that scar on your hand. Can't get rid of us. Hilarious. Not you said y'all like this scar on my head. I used to wish it was going away too. Listen, I used to wish I didn't have it, and now look, it makes me feel different. Good job. Good job. Listen, that part. Come on. Y'all make me excited. I love this place. I really do. There's no place like WOIU. I don't care what nobody say. They can try and make it, but it's not. Mm-mm. Yep, I love y'all. Don't forget, you praying for everybody that raised their hand for the medical, and then you're praying for everybody that raised their hand for matters of the heart and the mind, which is finances, relationships, whatever else. Okay, those are the two things. Everybody that raised their hand. You said build furniture. You're the one. Who you think built this stuff? You know I did that, right? And this one, yeah. And the one in my room, yeah, I built. I told myself, and it might be blocky, but it's still holding over 1,000 pounds of books. So I must have been something right. We on 2 years now. Dad had to let you know it's out there. You said, like you said, 6 months turned into 4 years. Girl, I was trying to listen. This the most dedicated, other than my kids, than I ever been to anything, other than reading the Bible. I'm not a cheater, so in my relationships, I don't cheat. But baby, I've been more dedicated to y'all than any relationship. But like, this is the longest relationship I ever had. Hello. I normally be and got rid of them, or they be and got rid of me by now. And I'm talking about friendships and everything. Folks don't last around me long. That's why I said y'all is strong. Cause most people can't. They can't handle me for this long. It be a lot. I know y'all strong. It's the longest relationship I ever had. You said I'm so grateful it was longer than 6 months. This has been life changing. Listen, I love y'all too. It changed my life too. You said my hands for both. Listen, right? And you said the only strong surviving loud. Yeah, now we family. I told y'all, look around. Most of these people ain't gonna be here. When we first started this, I said, most of these people ain't gonna be here at the end of this. It ain't. They gonna go, and they did. You said, Dean, we that bug hanging on the outside of the car. We ain't going nowhere. I see, but I don't. You know what? And I'm gonna go. I'm grateful for this. Y'all have got me through some crazy stuff, but just because I didn't come on here and tell y'all, some days I needed y'all way more than y'all needed me. I just couldn't talk about it. But I'm telling y'all right now, whatever y'all feel like y'all get from this community, I do too. I'm telling y'all. I was real, listen, when I'm not on here, I crack up thinking about like the stuff that y'all type, y'all babies. It brings me joy. Do you understand? Y'all changed my life too. And I'm not just talking about I'm talking about, do you know how much pride, good pride, not the nasty kind, that I get in telling people about our community? My kids tell people about our community. They be like, oh yeah, my mom, her community, they pray and this, that, and the other. Like, it gives me joy. Even my brother, I don't know if I told y'all, he's getting better. Is gaining weight, everything. Appetite coming back. He feeling good. He walking. Everything. Come on. Y'all pray for my brother. Come on. I'm trying to tell y'all. That's what I'm saying. Like, we need each other. We do. I need y'all just as much as y'all need me, and we all need God. You hear me? All of us need Jesus. But like I said, y'all pray for my family. We pray for each other, and I'm watching y'all. That's my brother. Now my baby. Like, we watching it. We watching God move. We actually get to see what the people back in Jesus' days got to see. Because remember, Paul and them was writing letters to each other, talking about the miracles that was happening where they at. What we do every day. To God be the glory. What do we do every day? We not all in the same place. And this, what us texting in these classes is us writing letters. How Paul and them was telling the testimonies about the people they were sharing the word with, and how God let them move in with somebody, and miracles started happening. We literally do this every day. You said I couldn't have got through a lot of stuff without these testimonies, last prayers, and teachings from here. I thank God. Me too, Pumpkin. I need you to survive. Hezekiah Walker in real life. You said, Dean, get him some sour sop bitters. Cleans the system. Real good. Tastes nasty. Trust me, it will help him. He got some sour sop. I don't know about the bitters, but I know he got some sour sop. He just got something else too that's going along, some other herbs and stuff that are supposed to help like the lining of his stomach and stuff. So yeah, God is healing him though. He's up. My son had already told me, and then I talked to him. He's like, "Yeah, I feel way better." My son was like, "Oh, look good." Like you could tell he's, his health is coming back and stuff too. So I'm grateful, y'all. Like I said, we not perfect. We not all sanctified like everybody be trying to act. We just really trying to see what God gonna do in our life, and that to me, with us being 100% open and honest about what we go through, I think that's part of our healing as well. I think that's why God moves the way that He do over here. Because you got to think, we didn't have people in the floods, and they were safe. Their houses wasn't messed up, and not just one person or two people. I'm talking about pretty much everywhere where there has been a natural disaster since we got together. We had somebody in that city, and whatever happened to everybody else, for the most part, didn't happen to our folks. Hello. Hello. Now, some folks did get whatever, but for the most part, everywhere that there has been somebody, it's been somebody that's been in our community, and it could have happened right next door or on both sides or across the street, but the folks in our community, it didn't hit them. Hello. Hello. So, I'm grateful. You hear me? God know what He doing. He knows exactly what He's doing. So, I love y'all. You said, and came back to testify. Listen, I'm sure we gonna hear more. We got 4 years of testimonies. We got 4 years of answered prayers. We got 4 years of transition from thinking we know God to really knowing God. Like, it's a blessing. We got babies over here that minister to their parents and grandmas and grandpas and the people at their school and their teachers. We have doctors that have come over because their patients got well and they couldn't figure it out. So they came and became students. Honey, the doctors, the therapists came and became students at WOIU. What you mean? Hello. The doctors came to the doctor and got some medicine. You said what? Come on in. Come on in. You said, yeah. Listen, you said right, like my situation January 1st that protected my children. That's my testimony and your testimony to others. Come on. And do. All right. I love y'all. Bye. I'm really going. Because I keep talking. I'm about to go get my bed. Bye.